Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So, I need to get some more EXP for my Stormwolf. That's what I need to do. And, yeah. Let's get some EXP. That's what I want to do. Oh, what's up, Leon? I see you're in here.
Hello.
You still playing your Infinities on? You got an Infinity yet?
No, but I found a death sweat today.
Oh, wow. Nice. That's a good find. That's always a good find. What did it roll?
2-2, but 40, not 50. Almost, it was a good start, and then it hit 40.
What's up, Walker Dude? What's up, Deathstalker? I see we got some peoples in chat already. Let's see. Can my Merc finally use the frickin' Hone Sudan yet? Or is he still... He is still out of range. Little turd face. He needs EXP. I need to make some EXP games or something. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do it. Let's see. I can't count how many times I've made EXP games. And they're like, what the hell is EXP? It's XP. Looks like it's... What's up, Chunks? How's it going?
Alright.
What terror zone do we got? Spider Forest? Yuck. Yuck. Last Bulbasaur, your mom didn't... No. The like button got transmuted into your mom. It's okay. It's okay. You'll be alright. I need some more lightning damage charms. Transform into a wolf. Killing stuff with my wolf. I just posted it. Just doing an EXP game, so if you guys want to join me. I'm walking the river right now. Trying to see how good my damage output is. This big old Morphine's got some HP though. Oh yeah, I should probably enchant myself too. Forgot about that. Get that little bit of extra AR. Goes a long way. The only thing I don't like about freaking werewolf mode is you can't tell what weapons you're using unless you open up your inventory and look.
That's Grimside.
Burmalburist, what? So what made you hop on and play Diablo 2, Leon? I ain't seen you on Diablo 2 in a while.
Just trying to do something until the D4 season. I saw you guys were still playing.
I got contacted by a company that want me to check out this other ARPG. I'm gonna have to go over there and play around with it. It actually looks halfway decent, to be honest. It's like a vampire ARPG. It's called V Rising.
Okay.
Apparently they got some sort of campaign going on. They have like a Castlevania, like a big Castlevania DLC or something that's coming. So they're trying to like promo it. I mean, it looks kind of cool. Looks like they got Belmont in there and some other like Castlevania-esque style things. I've never played it before, but the reviews look really good. And from what I've seen of it, the graphics look really cool too. I'm gonna be playing it on the 8th. I got 4 copies to give away too, so I'm gonna give away We'll give away some copies.
I've heard of it. I just never looked it up or played it. Definitely heard the name.
Yeah, I never played it either. It'll be my first time. I'll probably be playing it all day.
You got extra slots in the game?
Yeah, we got plenty. There's only only 3 people in here right now, so we got more. We're doing some chaos right now. What's up, Sean?
15 IAS, 9 defense.
Blade barrier F.
I can't carry anymore.
There's portal up. Yeah. Yeah. Put that stank on.
Wolfie, 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 Wolfie. Ooh, small time.
Oh, Terra.
All the freaking AoE damage we got going, the monsters don't even stand a chance.
I'm not AoE damage.
Zeal isn't AoE damage?
I'm more single target.
Zeal's not single target, you silly.
Sure it is.
If there's only one target.
Far enough away.
If there's only one target. Any AoE attack becomes single target if there's only one target. They all
Okay,
become
well,
single
I hit 'em
target.
all once at a time. One at a time.
Silly, silly. You got your first ever Astrions drop? Nice, Paulie. Gonna make yourself a North Star Smiter? Oh, you got +4 skills too? What did your grief damage roll?
Did anyone hit the other seal?
I don't know.
And such any of
I'm
them.
unaware.
Nope.
Are both the seals over here hit? Nope. I got the second seal over here. Poor Diablo. Let's go do Bale too.
Poor little fella.
Dude, he got wrecked. That wasn't even fair. That wasn't even fair for him. We got Explodey boys. We got an elite
They're so
Explodey boy.
annoying.
They give like no EXP and they're basically just garbage. So.
And they don't even drop anything.
No, they don't.
It's impossible for them to drop anything.
No, even when they're elite, they don't drop anything. Well, this is an easy one to walk though. Snakes, Haradrim, and Blowy Up guys. We can just walk this one.
I said it's a lot of
A PGem order for a customer. Hey, you can put in orders for PGems? $560p Ammies and 560p rubies for 21 job rooms.
Yeah,
Oh,
that sounds about
God.
right.
I mean, honestly, if you had that many P Ammies and P rubies, you could just roll the amulets yourselves, probably end up with more than 21 chaws. I mean, there's a pretty good possibility with that many P Ammies and P rubies, you're going to come across some ridiculously good item that's worth way more than that. I guess that's what the guy's hoping for, right? To make back his investment. Oh, look at all these champion defilers. What's up, buddy? There's another one over here. Come here,
I can't
die.
carry anymore.
I need another perfect diamond.
Perfect diamond.
Yeah, I don't have a death belt and gloves because I need that 30 ice whenever I'm using death. I need 30 ice on my gloves.
Would you make the death
On
in?
my belt. Oh, I've had this for a while.
No, what'd you make the death in?
I didn't make it at next. I don't like it at next.
No,
The
well,
Berserker.
Berserker's faster, yeah. So you need less IAS
I still
for the
need
Berserker.
I still need 60 though to hit the fastest break point.
Oh, this is champion Deathlord was like he was like shoved into the corner. It's like somebody shoved him in a locker.
That
Poor guy.
Paladin's a spider, isn't he?
I'm not. I'm running D2R.
One of these guys got to trade me their rainbow just pass it. One day.
Can Project Diablo 2 be modded to Diablo 2 Resurrected? And I think it's against the law, basically. It's against the law. You can thank the guy who hacked the alpha version of the game for that, because he effed it up for everybody. Effed it up for everybody.
I would play it. It had a D2R version of it. Because some of the maps get wild. I bet it'd look crazy on there.
Blizzard just needs to hire them officially and let them make it for them. Just put it in their client.
They use Senpai for like a few things, like it's a launch of D2R.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, nice, in essence.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Gotta check the armor and the blade bow, too. Blade bow could be really good. That's elite.
108.
Terrible.
Is it the magic fine helm?
Nothing on it.
Number 2. The nauseous, yeah, you can actually set up like a magic button setup with that.
With that in the armor, right? Something like that.
Yeah, it has like a scaling magic button.
I'll play with the other toy.
Oh, Dweezil, glad you liked the channel, man. What characters did you start up? You said you started up some new ladder characters. What'd you do? Hopefully not a Hammerton.
That's Chunk's favorite. What do you mean?
No, it is not. That's a filthy, filthy lie.
Oh, I got this today too, Ginger.
What'd you get?
Got those two things today.
Ruby Jewel of Bliss. That's
Yeah,
kind of nice.
drop
Yeah, the Ruby Jewel of Bliss, that would go really good in a, like a weapon. Like if you were doing like a blade sin weapon.
It's not gonna work.
Champion Blood Maggot. What's up, Champion Blood Maggot? Oh, there's like a whole squad of Power Rangers down here. Power Ranger maggots and Power Ranger pit lords and Power Ranger everything.
Oh my god. Where y'all at? Oh, okay. River.
I don't make a hammered in. It's too easy. Make something more fun. Thinking about a Holy Fire Paladin? Irene? Irene's been dreaming of a Holy Fire Paladin.
They're fun.
Irene's been dreaming of a Holy Fire Paladin that burns the buttholes out of demons with fire so steamy and hot that you better frickin' not. Ooh, a jewel.
Hey, if it's junk, I'll take it. I'm running out.
Holy Fire Paladins are pretty powerful. You can do native use Holy Fire, and those are really powerful. Or you can do dragons if you got the serve runes laying around. But honestly, I think native use is stronger these days. Yeah, it's a junk jewel. I think that the way that Sunders work, and I think the way that like you can get plus to skills and the negative resistance, so being so much more powerful than conviction. I think just in general, native use is just always superior now.
I liked my Fist of Heaven's fire. Holy fire that I did 2 seasons ago.
Is there such thing as a double plague wielding barbarian?
Yes, there is.
I don't know what else you would put on him, but
What, on your merc?
no, on an actual bard.
Oh. I mean, Plague's an okay weapon. I don't know if it's going to get you the damage you need to really, like, kill a lot of targets.
Depends on what you make it.
I mean, Plague has the really nice lower resistance proc, which is certainly not terrible. And it'll get you increased elemental damage. So I guess you could set up like an elemental damage bar, but the majority of elemental damage comes from the weapons, so... Plagues also have poison damage on them, which is a whole other thing. Well, they have negative poison resistance, and
Yeah.
You're thinking creep on the negative.
They have minus 23 on each plague.
yeah, Plagues have negative 23 poison resistance on them. That's
You
why
got
that's why I
negative 26.
used Plagues on my Rabies Druid, because it gave me lower resistance and negative poison resistance. I pretty much thought it was like the best option.
Nope, TP.
It actually has more negative resistance because lower resistance also gives negative resistance, so you end up with a pretty decent amount of negative res.
Ow! Hate that bard people.
Well, if you want to do FOH Smiter, I already have a build up with a North Star Smiter, which is basically that. Like there's pretty much, that's pretty much the best Smiter Fist of the Heavens hybrid you're gonna get. A diamond bow, a 3-socket diamond bow. It's actually pretty good for some doojanks.
You found a death web today, though, Leon?
Yep.
That's great.
Found in the Terror Zone. In the underground passage.
Poor guy. Ah, dang. Was it yesterday? I was online. It's on Discord. Somebody posted a staff, a Gothic staff with +3 energy shield, and somebody was like, "Yeah, it's no good." And I'm like, no, 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 stop it. That's a memory.
The ones with just 3 to energy shield are
Yeah, even just 3 to energy shield.
they're
nothing
pretty
else.
common.
I
They're
rarely
I
ever see
find
the
them all the
dang
time.
things. I rarely ever see them.
I found them like constantly.
Well, you should turn them all into memories and sell them.
Well, I more look
On
for
eBay.
one with like at least 1 to shiver armor or chilling armor or something like that.
That one had like 2 to lightning on it.
Now, if you can get a 2-handed staff,
Man, who already came down
It
here and was killing
has-
stuff?
that has 3 to energy shield.
You need a 3/3 lightning
Let me smell it.
bastard.
Let me smell it. What? What are you
Yeah.
smelling?
Your BO.
Oh, you want to
Yeah,
smell
I
my
need, I need
BO?
this. I need the stink.
Need a bad. That's a bad lightning one.
I mean, it's better than nothing, right? Because I can
Yeah,
always
yeah.
remove it with a hell rune.
Right, and plug it and play.
That is better than nothing. I will take that.
Absolutely horrendous head cold.
Yeah, go around that corner. Go ahead. Go right over here. That's a fun room right there.
Where's a fun room? Where? I like fun
Come on,
rooms.
Tudor. Right,
I
right
like-
over here.
I
Right,
like fun
yeah, you
rooms.
just
Let's
go on over there.
go. Let's go. Come on, let's go. Oh, those gloams inside are frightening. And they look like they are tightening their belts because they want something to eat. And a wolf's on the menu tonight. Gobble, gobble, gobble.
Yeah. If you'd have ran into that room without looking first, it
I'd have been alright.
turned out very
I'd have been
bad.
alright. I'm wearing a wisp projector. I got 19% lightning absorption. And I got 75% lightning res, so I'm
Man, I
I'm
come down
generally okay. Like they can still slowly kill me. I mean, I'll slowly die, but if I got a couple
come down-
potions, I'll be fine.
I come down here the other day with 85 light resist and a wisp on, and popped a corner and hit fanaticized conviction souls, and I was full health, and I was no health.
Well, conviction will
There's
do
no
it.
in
I mean, then you got no resistances.
There was no in between. I was alive.
Wow, these guys got might.
dead.
It hurts. And amp. Might and amp. There's that. Okay, there he is right there. Let's get him dead. Where's his friends at? Kill his friends.
It's actually pretty fun with a hustle on.
Do the hustle.
Do the hustle. Do, 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 do. Is Holy Freeze a viable skill? Yeah, we've come up with some interesting Holy Freeze builds. This season, we had a guy who wanted to use the what is it? The Doom weapon that gives the Holy Freeze aura, or the negative resistance. And put it.
It
And we
gives
figured out if you
aura.
put it in a two-handed weapon, it actually has decent durability. So that was like a whole thing.
How good is a exploding and/or immolation arrows on with full like gear, like the full setup of facets, everything?
I mean,
As
long
good as you can go.
As long as you've got enough fire, negative fire res, you'll be able to kill
Yeah.
anything. I mean, I think the main issue is just getting enough negative fire res. Your best bet is to use Hand of Justice, which is the probably the best negative fire res bow. It's not
That's
as
what I did on
it's
mine.
not as good as like the 40% that you get from like the cold side. Honestly, though, I think that the Holy Freeze version is superior to the Holy Fire version, or the fire version, because it's you just get a lot more negative res on the cold side, and then on top of that, you also get the crowd control, and the crowd control just makes all the difference. The exploding arrow side is basically exactly the same as the freezing arrow side, except it has no crowd control.
But the freezing arrow side has like a whole lot less point requirement.
Does the freezing
Which is
arrow
why I
side
did
have
both
scaling?
on my
The
bow.
what?
The fire exploding arrow scales with like added fire charms and jewels. and
Yes,
all that,
freezing
right?
arrow also scales with added cold damage. So same exact way. So when you add cold damage charms or cold damage on your equipment, or you're using like the ice bow, which has the holy freeze aura on it that adds cold damage, all of that adds into the explosion. I ran a holy freeze Zon to 99. I can't remember what season it was, but I played around with everything.
I think.
I could give you like an optimal setup for a holy freeze on easily. And honestly, one of her she has 2 best in slot weapons. One of them is ice, which is kind of hard to come by, but the other one is Wizen Draw, fully upgraded with it's a perfect Wizen Draw, so negative 35% with a 5% facet in it, which brings it to a negative 40% cold res. And then you put two facets in like a Crown of Ages, and so you end up with negative 50% cold res, which is pretty darn sweet. And then you can put like an Arcane Valor or something on with like another facet. You have like negative 55% enemy cold res. Oh, it's really good.
I did fire and ice on the last one I did. I put ice on one swap, and then I put a Hand of Justice bow on the other. It maxed out. Freezing arrow.
The only thing
Yeah,
that
flicker and
It's
flame.
one synergy.
the only thing the freezing arrows on and the exploding arrows on are really bad at is killing bosses.
Both of them? Okay.
They're not particularly good at killing bosses.
How about Immolation Arrow or whatever, the burning one?
I mean,
Can that kill well?
it's helpful. It's not the most amazing thing in the world, but it's helpful.
You put it under Bale's feet, blasting.
I mean, it has a long delay on it, so you can't really spam it. So you basically just kind of weave it in. Just a little weave. We'll weave it. Take it or weave it.
I think I had enough points because I just did 1.1 wonders and dodge and stuff that I put the rest of my points into magic arrow. So then I had cold fire and just the magic arrow, and that seemed to kill bosses a whole lot quicker.
Cold Fire, and then get Magic Arrow, you can do crushing, right?
I mean, I
don't
used
know.
to think that crushing blow worked really good with bows, despite the penalty. But I tried to set up a crushing blow Amazon one time, like full crushing blow. It just didn't work very well, unfortunately. I mean, it was okay, I guess. Like I'll say it was passable. It wasn't for what I put into it though. I certainly would have expected more. I can't remember what I called that character, but I got like a whole theory craft on it. She had like 100% CB when she was using strafe.
Those could get expensive because you need like all those gems, right? Or all the charms.
Well, I was trying to set up a different form of Zon, which was basically a round crushing blow to see like what it would be like if I could just spam crushing blow on targets. And I used a I used a Wizen Draw, or not a Wizen Draw. Sorry. What's the other one? The one that comes with 2 sockets. Witch Wild String. I put 2 burr runes in a Witch Wild String. And basically got my crushing blow up just enough so that I was running like 100% CB on every single strafe shot.
I remember when you did that.
I mean, it was an interesting idea, and I guess theoretically
sad.
it should have worked. But why would that make you sad?
Whenever you put the 2 bar rooms in it and see it not turn out the way that.
I mean, it was just a theory craft character. Not like I actually put 2 birds in a Witch Wild String.
I thought you did. I thought you did it online.
No, it was offline. It was offline testing.
I could have swore you did it online.
Nah. You think I just got 2 birds laying around to throw in a witch wild string?
I mean, after this season, yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's okay.
Kind of had a crazy going.
I mean, I do have a couple birds laying around actually.
+5 or +2 on there.
Yeah, that Matt bow's only +2. Why do keep people just kill the unique monsters during TZ chaos but leave the trash mobs? Because it's a leftover behavior from before. When zones used to only go up to 85, the only monsters worth killing if you wanted like the TC 87 like loot drops, or as the elites and the champions, because they were the only ones high enough level to actually give you the drops. But now that Terror Zones go up past level 87, every single monster in Terror Zones can drop the god tier items. So there's no reason to skip anything, to be honest. Now, some people will kill just the champion and elite packs not for loot, but they're killing them for EXP, because the champion and elite packs do give more EXP than the trash mobs. So you might like teleport around and kill just the champion packs, but I mean, that's like a leveling technique. I don't necessarily think it's the best leveling technique, but I guess it works, I suppose. It's there.
Whenever the pit was terrorized today, I had a unique Seeker on the drop.
Oh yeah?
I almost crapped. And then I got real sad.
Because it was only a Templars?
Because it was a Templars.
Poor little Templars. Nobody likes you, everybody hates you. Might as well
I
go
hit the ground, I said, I found like 3 or 4 of those.
Can't get through. Chop, 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 chop. Back to Corbin. It's not ethereal. Bad stats. 3 portals go up.
That was good. Everyone's waiting, and then boom.
Yeah, I was waiting. It's like, alright, who's gonna do it?
They all did it.
I didn't do it.
I did.
I waited like a good boy. Skeletons and Herodrums.
Oh my.
It's funny when the Herodrums spawn without any minions, but I guess they got minions this time.
Well, I guess those will work.
Ah.
They don't have no resist on them, but
Ooze Flame, the Howler.
they have Magic Vine, 20 ice, and 10 CP.
Oh wow, 5% life leech too. It's not bad.
Those are pretty nice.
I would like them to have
I need a pair with some
resist on
mana leech on them, because I don't have any mana leech on this character. Just a tiny bit of mana leech will go a long way.
Which is nuts.
Fire Stone. What's my crushing blow at? 89%.
What's up, ghostly black soul? Throwing axe. I was doing that barbarian testing, and somebody made a comment on there. They're like, "I'm much more surprised that the mercenary lived." And somebody kind of replies, they're like, "Did you not see the ridiculous armor that he put on the mercenary?" Did you not see it?
I wish I was this fast all the time.
Vigor. Oh, that was another really cool thing about running the freezing arrows on. Is a lot of the times what I did was I ran. I had the vigor bow on the swap, so I was constantly running around really fast. I would just be always swapping back and forth between the vigor bow. It's a very group-friendly character, I'll tell you what. Like, between the crowd control that you have with, like, just... You are basically the king of crowd control with the freezing arrow. And then also the vigor aura that you have on your swap. I mean, you can basically save people's lives and also make people run really fast.
Dude, you missed so many ghosts.
Did I miss anything?
I mean,
Where
a
did he go?
huge
Where?
pack
Kill
is
him.
on me right now.
Kill him.
I don't have my Sunder on,
Murder them.
and my Merc's decrep is getting overridden by my laptop.
Also take off your Dracky tracks.
It's not Drax.
Wow.
Not right now, anyways. It's last wish.
Oh, so he's rich. Never mind. He doesn't need our help. He's got a last wish.
That whole room down there was just filled with soul with these specters.
I can't see my wolf. He's invisible.
Oh, well. It was down here anyways.
Swirling a
Swirling
crystale.
crystal. Nope.
Crystal. Crystal. Champion Dark Lord. What, can I not hit you, Champion Dark Lord? Oh, I was about to say, his HP wasn't going down at all. I must have been out of range.
I wish my Merc's aura would kick on, but, you know, y'all killing stuff too fast.
Well, okay.
Now, then we would have less damage.
2 full juvies. Has Meow resurfaced? No, he's missing. He's MIA.
Well, somebody was talking the other day about a whole bunch of cat hair in their computer.
Oh, man.
They quit letting Meow come to us as.
It probably is Meow.
I was hoping that would bring him out, so he may be in that dude's computer.
What's up, Rosie? How's it going? Playing my Storm Wolf today. Ooh, Taos too.
Hey,
Now we're cooking with bacon grease.
that's a good one.
Yeah, let's finish this and go straight there. Oh.
Kind of feel sorry for the little guys.
Let's put this guy down.
Oh, Hyperion Gym.
Alright. To the tombs.
What do you need?
Like, who made the game?
I did. We should probably. No,
I'm
no.
only 89, but I mean, it will. Make
We
it
got a bunch of
higher.
lobies.
Hey, don't make fun.
You want me to make 4?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's gonna be a long time. Maybe we should do that now so we get the extra EXP.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, let's go to 4. That way we can get more EXPs.
Oh, well, I'm gonna do it like this then.
Oh yeah, you could go create it on one of your high level characters and then.
I am.
Oh dang it! I didn't mean to do that. I'm an idiot.
What? Did you make it?
Hold on.
I
I undid it. I undid it. All I gotta do is just make 5 and then delete 4. You should be able to make 4.
Alright, it's up.
Well, you got some sweetie ones, Charlana. Sounds like you got some nice ones. Oh, what level's this one?
Okay, 95.
Hey, both our mercs are named Jamali.
Oh, portal's up.
Oh, I was just running there. Go get your paladin.
Outside's not. I'm going to. I was just waiting on y'all to get in here.
Oh, we got enchant. Nice.
Figure I might as well hit you before I leave. I didn't know if that would lower the tears on me.
It's 95 now.
Or was that like a right? Wasn't it like right whenever Terrazons came out? If the highest level left the game, then it would go down or something. Or am I getting crazy?
I don't remember.
Light aura. Go.
Hey, go.
Can I get that barb BO?
You want this stank?
Yeah, I want this guy. Yeah.
Man, it smells in here.
Stanky, stanky, stanky.
Rub it on my skin.
Rub it right on your skin. Belt sucks. Jewel sucks.
But Jewel sucks too. Alright, y'all moving too fast up there.
We just got back.
What's up, poor belly? Is your belly a belly? Small charm, grand charm. Small charm of garbage. Grand charm of not garbage. You know, it's garbage.
What's the grand charm?
35 AR, but it's a reroller if somebody wants it.
Well, so is the small charm.
Yeah, you reroll that one too.
Get a 451 out of it.
You wanted to make a poison wolf barb? I mean, totally doable, but you're gonna need like 1,000 million poison charms. Can I get a D2R therapy session? A doll killed my hardcore character and I can't figure out a build.
Expired.
Oh man. Well, first off, we're gonna need you to point to the doll, like on the doll where the bad doll hurt you. So let me get my Hollow Knight doll out here. Where you at, Hollow Knight? Yeah. Oh, I don't know where he is. Dang it. Freaking Kevin with the big $50. That always sucks when your hardcore characters die. I tell you what. My first hardcore character died to a freaking Stygian doll.
Ooh.
I'm still pissed about it today.
No!
I didn't
Okay.
click on it. Dude, I still remember to this day, I was level 73 and I was in hell on my Zeal Paladin. And I wasn't even in an area that I thought had dolls. I don't even know where the hell I was. It was like somewhere like where the dolls rarely ever spawn or something. And I was just zealing happily away at some monster because my weapon sucked. And I had that really bad zeal from back in the day. You remember how zeal could go up to like freaking 30 like some odd hits or whatever? I think I had like a 10-hit zeal at the time. And I'm sitting here zealing a monster down, and a doll just comes out of nowhere and runs into the pack mid-zeal. And my zeal immediately hits him and kills him and blows him up, and I die as a result. And I'm like, you son of a whore. There was no reaction time. Like, there was no time to react. It was literally just, he was like one of those extra fast Stygian dolls too, so he just appeared in the mix so quick. I couldn't even react to his presence. I was just dead. Those dolls are the worst. And Zeal is like one of the worst skills for dealing with them too, because you just one tap every single doll. Sometimes I think having like sacrifice on a Zeal Paladin, especially if you're like a hardcore Paladin, might be a good idea, because then you can just one tap the dolls individually, and they usually won't kill you if you tap them one at a time. But if you zeal like the entire pack, there's a very good chance you're dying. Do I know what the damage type is on dolls? Yeah, it's physical. It's a physical.
Next tomb's up.
I don't know if you guys remember, but dolls actually used to be not that big of a problem back when the physical damage reduction cap was like, what was it, like 75% when they originally made the game?
I don't remember.
It was, they brought it down to 50%, because people were making like really OP characters. But when you could have your physical damage reduction really high, the dolls didn't really do very much to you.
Yeah, I remember back in the day we used to stack like the 3 items. It was like the helm, the vampire gaze, I think, and the belt, the Chingayers, and then the chest piece. You used to have like, I forgot what the chest piece was. A shaft stop.
Shaft stop.
And you would just have like so much physical resistance with those 3
Is that
items. I think.
lightning?
Oh yeah, shaft stop was the
85 fire.
shaft stop was the bee's knees back then. I think everybody loved having a shaft stop on.
Yes, my first barb. Shaft stop. 2 barrier stars. I never did delete that barb, no matter how messed up his skills were. All day.
I mean, in hardcore though, you know, it's a challenge. I think in hardcore I would just avoid Stygian dolls entirely. I would cry.
Oh, during the fade is
I don't think
terrorized.
I don't think I would play with them.
J-Mod?
I'm trying to think like
No.
what build he
Make it
should
one,
do
though.
on hardcore. Honestly, I always wanted to do like a hardcore build. Like, crawl through the game on a hardcore build. That's like nearly indestructible. Do like a full passives on with like a shield, like 75% block, and just roll through the frickin' game on a passives on.
I bet Kugas might have something to say about that. I don't think your hardcore character would last very long.
Kubus would get me killed, sure, but if I made
Oh,
my
I know.
character nearly indestructible, I mean, I might have an easier time surviving when he distracts me.
I think you underestimate him.
Oh man, he freaking almost ripped my foot off earlier. I was outside and he just started doing his little crackhead mode, and the beautiful lady and Woogie were out there sitting in a chair talking, and he's just running around, you know, attached to his little tether, and I'm watching him literally trying to circle around them, and he's running so fast that if he does circle around them, the wire's gonna wrap around their chair, and as soon as it wraps around their chair, he's just gonna take off running in the opposite direction and pull that chair straight from underneath of them, and their head's gonna smack right into the dirt. So I'm stepping on his rope to make sure that he doesn't have like the free reign to like wrap around the chairs and stuff, and he just takes off running in the opposite direction and almost rips my foot straight off my leg. So I yelled at him. Sometimes that's the only thing that can get him to stop acting like a crackhead, is to yell at him. That's literally the only thing that works.
Then he looks at y'all sad.
Yeah, then he looks at you all sad,
What'd you
like,
yell at me for?
what are you yelling at me for? I was just being a dog. Oh, Aggro's been a member for 11 months. Holy crap, Aggro. You're closing in on the year mark.
I need money.
He tried.
How are the characters progressing? A Stormwolf's doing pretty good. He needs more lightning damage, but he's doing good. Certainly nothing wrong with him. The Cinnabar Jewel of Spirit. It's an interesting jewel because it has no level requirement. That's like the only thing good about it. The stats on it aren't exactly the most amazing, but if you were going to set up like a low-level character with like the lowest level possible with like some sort of god tier item, since that doesn't have any damn level requirement on it, you could potentially do that. You don't see a lot of jewels with no level requirement. I always wanted to set up a character just really silly with... What was a Lemon?
Limrune.
Yoink. I always wanted to set up a character with, like, just socketed equipment. Like, get a level 1 character with, like, full socketed equipment, and then just find a bunch of, like, really low-level jewels, put them in there. Just turn, like, a level 1 character into a god among monsters. And then you just keep that set of equipment whenever you make new characters. It's like, hold on, let me go get the the noob gear.
I still haven't found down.
Get some forum gold, what? You paid 50 for a therapy session? You got a therapy session. We're working on it. We're working on the therapy session. Therapy takes time. It takes time. See, first we console you, and we make you feel good about, you know, that we died too. You know, the dolls are evil, and they're really not nice. You know, and I think we did that. You know, we confirmed dolls are mean. Dolls very mean. Also, you know, you feel less bad about dying because everybody else has died to dolls too. So, you know, it's not like you were stupid. It did something dumb, you know. Dolls are just mean. They're pure concentrated evil coming out of the back of you. And now we need a new build for you. So, you know, we were talking about some builds. Like a passive shield Zon. Those don't die. And I bet you the dolls won't kill a passive shield Zon either. I mean, you won't be killing anything anytime soon, but yeah, it'll take you a little while. Set them up like a punch barb. This is a group therapy session, you know, for all of the people who've been murdered by dolls over the years. Oh, we got another barbarian in here. What? Why don't you try leveling up my North Star Smiter? That was pretty fun. Like from scratch. The North Star Smiter was a really fun one that I did in solo self-found. It's actually pretty viable. I would imagine in hardcore it would work pretty well too. I mean, you're maxing out holy shields, so you got a pretty large amount of defense. Paladins, yeah, pretty good. They're pretty good in general, honestly. Get yourself a nice mercenary. You know, it's kind of funny. In hardcore, wouldn't the frickin' Valkyrie armor be like best in slot for a lot of characters? Because having a free Valkyrie to basically defend you against most stuff is just going to be ridiculous. I mean, I would like a free Valkyrie to defend me against everything.
Come on, Diamond.
You need a therapy session.
Yeah, dude. I sent $50. I'll send you another 50. I had some questions I don't feel like typing out. Do you think you could help me?
Oh yeah, if you're on stream right now, what you got? What's going on?
Alright. See, I had an enchantress with a cuckoo shaku, and I hit a dial and died. I was pretty pissed. But now I got a paladin. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of drunk right now, but hang on. So, I got a paladin that's got all this health regen, sanctuary damage reduction. How does my defense, like, do I have to block for my block to work, or how does block?
So defense is inactive when you're running, but it works when you're walking. And block chance gets penalized down to 25% when you run. You can still block when you're running, but only at 25% instead of 75%. So if you're attacking, you're still got your block chance. But if you're moving, if you're running, then you don't get your block chance anymore. It goes down to 25%, and your defense goes down to 0. Or rather, it just doesn't even work at all when you're running. So usually when you're in a really dangerous situation with like a melee character, you kind of want to toggle your walk button. It's in hardcore specifically, like you're gonna want to have that like run button toggle like on, you know, like it just right there for you whenever you can access it. Because when you're in danger, you're gonna toggle it so that you could keep your defense and you keep your block chance. And then when you can, obviously when you need to kite and run away as fast as you freaking can, then you're gonna toggle your run back on. But it does get dangerous for melees. One of the biggest problems with melees is that like say you're in the cow level or something and you're fighting cows, and they're very melee characters, right? You could be in there fighting them, and as long as you're in there fighting them, you'll be safe. But as soon as you turn to run away, you'll die. And it's because you basically turned off your block chance and you turned off your defense when you turned to run away, and so they just rip you to shreds. Melee's a little difficult with hardcore.
So, like, while I'm fighting them, like, you're saying I have to fight them with my run walk turned off, or while I'm fighting them, I still have my defense, my shield block.
So when you're fighting them, normally you're standing still, but if you're moving, you know, like between monsters, like...
Still, I have my defense.
Yes. So what I do a lot of the times is I just hold shift. That's the way I do it, and shift makes it so that you can't move. And so while you're holding shift, you're not going to move, and even if you have the run turned on, and that way you won't lose your defenses.
I'm playing on control.
Is there a
Left toggle button does run walk. I'm just saying.
So yeah, you I don't know if there is a stop button on the controller.
Yeah, left stalk is run walk, so I can. I'm just thinking, should I have walk on at all times, and I have I'm trying to do your regeneration type build where I got a mercenary with prayer and insight, and then I got
the cure helmet on them too.
Yeah, and then I got Gert Sanctuary, all this regeneration shit. But I got good defense, and my block is 75. So do I have to keep my walk off for all that shit to work? My defense and block?
Yeah, your defense and block are going to disable if you run. So that's where you lose a lot of your tankiness if you're running in combat. So when you're in combat and you're fighting monsters, you generally, like, especially if you want to survive, you just turn off your run during that time period and then turn it back on after you're finished. Toggling your run walk is very crucial for hardcore.
Never did that.
Yeah, a lot of hardcore players tell me that they have their finger like constantly over the run walk button to turn it on and off at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
The way I do it though is different. I don't toggle my run walk on and off. I use the shift key to basically stop myself from moving. And as long as you're not moving, you gain your defense, so you're fine.
So what's the whole point of I wanted Doombringer and D4. I never got it. Went back to D2R. I finally Doombringer dropped, so I got a bar bigger than Doombringer. So he's got concentration attack. So that's like while you're attacking, you get a bunch of defense.
Yeah.
So I can have him with the Storm Shield and the Doombringer on hardcore, and while I'm attacking, I have a bunch of defense. So in that case, that's a way that you get defense, or everyone else gets defense as well while they're attacking, or.
So concentrate is a skill that gives you extra defense when you're attacking, and it works really well. You just it's the same thing. You just can't be running around like a little crackhead while you're attacking stuff. So it's really just a matter of you can see it in the game, and I'll show you on stream real quick. So when you see my defense here, I have 4,299 defense, right? And let me get my shouts running here too. All right, so I got 8,715 defense. When I'm walking, you notice the defense number stays. So it stays there, and it's absolutely fine. But when you toggle the run button and you start running, notice how it goes to line. So when it goes to line, that means your defense is inactive during that time period. So as long as you're not running, your defense is active. But as soon as you start running around, your defense is inactive. And it's basically just kind of like a whole D&D thing, like from back in Dungeons and Dragons. You remember when you would get caught flat-footed, and basically all your defense was essentially useless because you got caught flat-footed. It's the same thing. They're just making it so that when you're running around, you're not really in the stance to fight, and so you're not actually activating your your defensive mechanics.
It's hard to tell that on controller and shit.
But yeah, basically all you do is you just toggle your walk button, and then see how my wolf is walking around right now. And now he has his defense while he's walking around. So he can still move, and he can still attack, and he can still basically be active in the combat. He just can't run. It's something that once you get used to it and you start to use it to your benefit, you'll really notice a big difference in your survivability as you play with it. You can also use it to your benefit. So say for instance you have a effect on your armor which is like you know, like chance to proc something when you're struck. Well, if you have really high defense, you're not going to get hit. So one of the things you can do is you can toggle your run button, and you can basically just deliberately run around monsters so that they hit you, because you can basically turn off your defense doing this. And then there's a much higher chance that while you're running around like a little crackhead, that you can get that proc to happen. And then as soon as you get your proc to happen, like maybe if you have plague swords and you're using lower resistance, or I don't know, maybe you got fade and you're trying to get your fade to proc so you get your 15% damage reduction and your resistances. Then once you get it to proc, you just toggle your run back off, and then you start walking again. Another interesting tactic is, and this is maybe something you might want to play around with, is a lot of people will just add as much run walk as they possibly can and never toggle run on. But their walk is so fast that they're literally walking faster than most people run, and then they always have their defense. Sanic the Hoochhag, the character I just theory craft on, he runs so fast that you can literally just toggle his run off, and you can just go to walk, and he's still walking faster than most people would ever run. And that's another fun way you can do it, is you can just beef up your run walk to crazy proportions. Javazon can do that, by the way, really easily, because Titans has run walk on it. You get like Falcwing has run walk on it. You can get like Cat's Eye has run walk on it. And then like by the time you're done with your Javazon, you've got like almost like 150% run walk, like just from your equipment.
I was looking into that. That helps me out a lot. I was not understanding that. If I'm casting or if I'm fighting, I didn't know. Because it seemed like my guy never blocked, you know.
Also, your block chance is specifically set up from your dex, so you have to make sure you actually have high block chance.
75 block chance.
Yeah, you gotta stack your dex to hit that number. It's like when you hold your mouse over the defense, if you have a shield on, which I don't have a shield on. Is there a shield laying around here somewhere? But when you hold your mouse over the defense, it'll actually tell you your block percentage, and your block percentage is based on your dexterity. So the more dexterity you have, the higher that goes. Oh, here you go. Here's a low quality barb shield. Let me put this over here. So you notice I have, on this character, I have a 41% chance to block. And the higher my dex is, the higher that percent chance is. So you get a really nice blocking shield with...
All that. So while I'm fighting, can I still block, or I have to be walking?
You can block while you're fighting, you can block while you're walking, you can block while you're attacking or being attacked. You just can't block while you're running. Like, well, I mean, you can technically, but it's a really low percent chance. It's like 25% chance.
Okay.
It basically takes your normal 75% chance, and it caps it at 25%.
So I should be walking to have best block chance.
Yeah, that's going to give you the highest defensive, like, stance. Now, normally when you're fighting, you're standing still, so it's not like a big deal. But as soon as you go to move, like especially when you're moving in between like two, like say you have like, you know, a group of monsters and you're moving in between two monsters. If you're running when you move in between the two monsters for that temporary period of time, you've lost your defense and your block chance. So that's why when you're like in combat with a large group of monsters and you're like bouncing back and forth between them like a ping pong ball, sometimes it's better just to toggle your run off during that time period so that you're not losing any of your defenses while you're moving. And then it's honestly a really cool like mechanic, because you're really rewarded for micromanaging your run and walk, toggling it on and off as needed. So, you know, you obviously if you toggle it on, you're rewarded by moving faster, and if you toggle it off at the right times, you're rewarded by being more defensive, and so you take less damage in general.
Yeah, I never understood that. That's why I was like, oh, my defense is big. You know, I've never toggled it and noticed that I can't check while I'm fighting or running. You know, playing our controller on Xbox. So that helps out a lot. Now I was just gonna say I got two characters of every class in hardcore that pretty much beat it on health
What is the stop button? I could have sworn, isn't there a stop button on the controller? It's been a little while since I played with the controller, but I could have sworn there was a stop button.
On Xbox, there's you can just toggle it on and off. Anyway, my point is, I got 2 characters of each class. I beat hell on hardcore. They're all working together. I'm like solo, self-found, account-wide.
Yeah, you said you were doing Xbox and you were doing the achievement.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try and get them all to 99, but I'm about to do Ubers. I'm waiting for one more run or something else. But anyways, some of these low-level characters I'm just running through to try and get sockets for. Tell me this is the dumbest thing you've ever heard. Is I had a sorceress. I got the storm spike. It's like a dagger that does on hit, does the charge bolt. Remember that one?
Yeah. I was actually thinking about maybe like creating a build based around that. I thought it would be interesting.
Yeah, so I had every item on my character as a chance of proccing charge bolt. So I mean, they had resistance. I was looking at my bank. I was like, holy shit. So I had every item does charge bolt. So I tried it out and I switched it up to have, energy shield and lightning, max lightning, mastery and, lightning to do the synergy. But it's like you're playing hardcore. I'm not really even trying to get hit. So I tried it out for a little bit. But I'm saying that's like the dumbest thing ever, isn't it?
I mean, it's basically a passive build, and yeah, it's difficult to set up a passive build properly because you'll end up getting yourself killed with it. I don't know if passive builds are a good idea for hardcore, like you're saying. Like I feel like your whole goal with a passive build is to get beat up, and that's kind of not your goal on hardcore. Your goal is to not get beat up.
Yeah, I threw out some charge bolts and I was testing it out, and I'm like, oh, I got a sorceress to 41 and had every item that would do a charge bolt. So I was thinking I could, one hit, maybe they all proc, that do massive damage. But it's, no, it didn't work out. As soon as I changed to Enchantress with the Cuckoo Shaco or whatever, and hit a dial and died. So, anyways, a bad idea. Another bad idea. But didn't work out.
I think with a build like that, you really need a tank in hardcore. You might look into the there's an armor that you can get. It's the Valkyrie, the one that spawns the Valkyrie, the peace armor.
Yeah,
it gives you a free level 15 Valk, and it'll help a lot with like just tanking the monsters like away from you. There's also a couple other neat.
So I got a paladin right now that I'm running with Crescent Moon, and has ignores target defense, so I can hit everyone. But you can also smite people. I got 2 rings that do proc chain lightning. So I got my weapon and 2 rings proc chain lightning. I can hit with my main weapon or elites. I can hit with my shield or boss. Proc chain lightning. And I can do Fist of Heavens.
That's pretty much how this character works. Is I'm basically proccing chain lightning all the time from this the Crescent Moons.
Yep, that's what I'm doing. So that's what I'm working on right now. Anyways, alright, thanks. Alright, before I go, let me ask you one more question. What about a necromancer with like a throwing dagger to apply all the poison, doing all the summons? I found the Gargoyle's Bite. What if I give him Homunculus and the Gargoyle's Bite?
I mean, believe it or not, crossbows are actually set up specifically for the necromancer. Like, you know how every class has like specific weapons that they're faster at than other classes? The crossbows were actually set up, I think, specifically for the necromancer, and there's a couple like necromancer-specific crossbows. Like the pus spitter and I'm trying to remember the other one, but there actually are some kind of interesting like ranged necro setups where you could sit in the back and just plink away while your army does its work.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Alright, I'll donate some money. Thanks for the
Well, thank you, Kevin.
Alright. You suck at Diablo 4, but
I do. I do.
go again. Alright, thanks.
All right.
Alright.
All right, next caller.
That's Kevin. Kevin has my
That
phone
sounded
number.
like-
You
sounded
don't.
like
You don't
he
have
was
my
on the
phone
phone.
number. Kevin has my
Sounded
phone
like he
number.
was on the phone.
Yeah, he was on the phone.
It's like we were doing a radio station.
Radio
Oh,
station. Reflex.
Go.
Bowmancer was a meme build that Blizzard legitimized when they made the Puff Spitter. It was, I mean, there's also the Scythe Necromancer. They also did the Scythe Necromancer with the Grim Reaper. I don't want to trade with you. I don't want to trade with you. I don't got no room for nothing. I got no room.
Greetings.
I was trying to figure out if there was a stop button on the controller, but I can't remember.
Good evening.
Do you have a perfect diamond?
Probably.
Can I have one, please?
There you go. It's by the stash.
How many
next to all
diamonds
this
do you
other,
need?
next to all this junk that is on the floor.
Yeah, I was trying to think that one. I didn't
A
move.
shocking small charm. Ooh, 1 to 58.
Everybody's just throwing their trash on the ground.
That's right. We do throw our trash right in the dirt. Charlotte gave me a really nice charm, really nice charm, really nice charm. Now Kevin's trying to do the impossible. I don't even know. I'm kind of like I don't know if I would go for that kind of a run. It's scary. You know how like Xbox has like an achievement where you get like to get all the characters to level 99 in hardcore mode?
That's an achievement?
Yeah, it's actually an achievement.
Oh my
he's
gosh.
going for the full 99 hardcore achievement. Honestly, that's if he ever gets it, I'm gonna post it up on my channel. He sent me some screenshots.
Of course that doesn't exist on PC because we could just make a 98 with like 1 XP away from 99 and import it. Dude, that's crazy. That's a crazy achievement.
Oh, it is, and anybody who
I
achieves
wonder
that
what the
achievement.
percentage is on that. Like on Steam, how it's like sometimes I get one and it's like
Oh,
2% of people
I bet you
have
it
had
doesn't
this.
even exist.
Yeah.
He's probably gonna be the first one that does it.
I played it on the Switch. I don't know. It's different. It's fun to still play, but it's definitely not what I'm used to.
I had fun. I would take the Switch to work, and I would do like Magic Find runs. That was where I found my perfect Maras. I was like, it had to happen while I was at at work, and I wasn't recording it.
You couldn't even give a big reaction because then your boss would know you were playing video games.
Yeah, pretty much. Which tomb are we in? I don't even know which tomb we're in.
I don't know, I'm in town.
Well, here, I'm just gonna. Here's a tomb.
We were all the way at the very top, I remember.
How many D2 encyclopedias did I eat to get the fat knowledge? I don't know. They weren't very tasty. I had to put some salt on them. $100, Kevin. Thank you, sir. I'm gonna buy myself a conscience and a soul. I might be able to actually afford to get my soul back. My soul. Dude, I can't figure out what build I want to do in Diablo 4 when it comes out. I can't figure it out.
No? Yeah, I mean, you had 2 builds lined up.
I mean, the Summon Necromancer looks really good in Diablo.
It's gonna be really
4.
strong.
In a low room?
Looks like it's gonna be
That was
amazing.
an IO.
But I tried like a full Summon Necromancer, and it got really boring really fast because I wasn't doing anything. Like, there's kind of like a whole lack of I don't know.
You don't have any curses or anything.
Yeah,
do
it's
you?
like you don't
Yeah.
really do anything like you do with like the Diablo
you have
2
to have the
summon
skills
necromancer.
like set to 1, 2, 3, 4. Where like on D2 you can have them, but they're not like, like you can have more than 4 skills, I guess,
Okay, that was weird.
or 5 or 6, whatever. I guess 1 on the left click,
But
mouse click, right
you
click.
guys know what I mean. Like when you're playing a necromancer, it's not just you're not just standing there letting your minions do the work. Like you do actually have to interact a
You're
little
cursing,
bit.
you're kiting people
Yeah,
to
you're
certain areas.
You're
yeah.
like working it out,
Relocating your mob.
relocating. Exactly. Like you're micromanaging your army. In Diablo 4, it's not so much micromanaging the army.
Yeah,
you're
because there's
just
no
standing
teleport
there.
to just make a giant pile of abyss.
Kevin is the goat. But it's like I need something else to do while I'm doing that. Like I don't know. Maybe if I set up a, because they got that whole thing where like the bone mages can spawn or like they can like what's the term, cast bone spear, which sounds kind of interesting. So maybe if I set up like a bone summon mancer, maybe that'll be like a whole theory craft we'll do. Like a bone summon mancer build. I don't really want to use bone spear though. But if I did like the bone spear setup with a summon mancer build, similar to what I did maybe in season 3, but set it up so that obviously I have the minions instead of not having the minions like I did last season. I mean, I might be able to make it work. I could replace the I tell you one thing's for sure though, and it was something that was happening while we were playing on the PTR, is I really felt like I was getting left behind by the ridiculously powerful builds that were in the public test realm. It's kind of hard to explain, but I would be my character could handle everything perfectly fine by himself, but then when I was playing with other people, like the fire one and even the summon necromancer, it just felt like they were lagging behind everybody, and I wasn't able to really keep up or participate in half the fights. So it got really boring, man. I don't have my shouts up, no wonder.
Yeah, I've been using.
Well, we had another barbarian in here, and he was doing shouts too, so I wasn't sure. I think his shouts might be better than mine, I don't know. I don't have any shout sticks, so.
Oh, that's right. I've got some.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh my goodness, what a lag spike.
I've been having a lot of fun with Necromancer on Diablo 4, but the problem is that I feel like there's really not a lot of builds for the character. I feel like everything pretty much revolves around, what is it called? The bone skills. It feels like you pretty much are always a bone necromancer. Is a 4-socket Ednax anything? It's ethereal.
Be an O. It could be a O.
Yeah, it
no,
could be.
O's just swords.
What's the strength on it? Isn't it relatively low?
It's 135 strength, 35 dexterity.
Okay, never mind.
It's a superior Etnax. It's 2 attack rating, 4 sockets, F.
Okay, I'm TP.
Bromac ate Kevin. Don't eat Kevin. He's not tasty. Man, I was watching that freaking that Black Sail show, and there was this whole part in the show where he started to do like a daily report of the events on the ship because he was trying to get in good with like the other crew members, and it was actually working. But he got to this one, oh wow, crash. He got to this one message, and it kind of cracked me up. He says he was like reports from the dairy goat. Apparently the dairy goat's butthole is irritated. Was it like Jon Snow was seen leaving the leaving the dairy goat's room? And he came up and he tried to punch him, and then one of the other pirates comes up and he goes, You freaking the dairy goat?" And punched him out instead. And
I remember that.
Dude, I was laughing. That was when I knew he had succeeded in getting in good with the crew members. Man, my game just crashed straight to desktop. That doesn't happen very much with Diablo 2 anymore. It's been a while.
I haven't had that happen in a while.
What was one of the other ones? He was like, and John was seen pooping over the side of the deck. He did not use toilet paper. Instead, he decided to use his hand. And then proceeded to use that same hand to, was it like go into the cook's room or something? He wiped his doo-doo hand on everything. Apparently, he was using some sort of story from when he was in an orphanage, and apparently, like, this one kid decided that he was going to survive by just simply reporting what everybody else was doing on a regular basis, and apparently it worked, because whenever he stood up to do his little speeches, he would everybody would listen because they wanted to know what was going on that particular day and who stole from who, and like. And he became like the, I don't know, like the news organization, basically. Oh, that Conqueror's Crown. What's that? Oh, it's like 2 sockets. +2 battle command, +3 increased speed, and +1 increased stamina. Ancient Carver Soulless. Full juvies. I mean, there's a lot of fun builds for Diablo 4 the next season. I don't know what the patch notes are going to reveal on the 2nd, so I guess we might as well wait for that before we make any real decisions.
There's a lot of new stuff.
I mean, honestly, a lot of those double firing projectiles sound absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Honestly, Bone Spear may have just became a minion build with the ability for the Bone Mages to also cast Bone Spear. Like, I don't, especially since they're inheriting 100% of your stats, I mean, can you imagine having like 5 mages and they're just randomly casting bone spears? I mean, now you have, what, potentially 5 times the damage output? There's no way people aren't going to take advantage of that. Even if they don't run the golem, and even if they don't run like the skeletons or whatever. But if they're running the mages, they're probably going to run the skeletons. But it's basically just free casts of Bone Spear, which are probably going to come out at the full power that you can normally cast them at. And then you got like the double coming from the weapon too. Why does it seem like a lot of the skills and like classes and builds and stuff are just going to be really spammy? Oh, that's a 34 mana large charm. If anybody wants mana.
Did you see what I posted earlier today?
Maybe, I don't know. Remind me.
The Respondent Sparks. To craft an Uber Unique, it went from 5 to 4. I don't know what patch they did that in, but it's only 4, and you get 3 guaranteed.
Yeah, you
By
were.
doing-
Oh yeah, I read that. You were talking about how you can get like 1 Resplendent Spark from doing like Lilith, and then.
Yep.
Are you sure it's like each one is a different thing though?
Yeah, each one is a different thing. The Pez Radar already confirmed it on Reddit. I'm assuming they're gonna announce it tomorrow as well in the stream.
So that was something that he did that they changed from the feedback from the PTR.
No. So it's not each 200 boss. You still only get 1 for the first Echo boss, like 200, or Beast and Ice, let's say 150, whatever. Whatever boss you decide to kill first there, you still only get 1. You get 1 from the Iron Wolves, like Season Journey, and you get another one from your first Uber Lilith kill of the season. So that's 3. So then all you have to do is drop 1 Uber Unique, and whether you want it or not, like if you destroy it, you can craft the one you really want. Or you can wait for like one that you don't want, or you can wait for a duplicate. However you want to do it. But basically they give you 3 out of 4.
Uber Lilith's a pain in the butt. I don't like her. I did her fight in the PTR. It was still annoying. It was better, but it wasn't annoying. It was still annoying. I think they changed the ghosts.
Yeah, they changed a couple things.
The ghosts are like faster now, and they I don't know. They were slower and more easy to dodge before, and now they're faster and a lot more difficult to dodge.
But they don't one-shot you anymore, apparently, where they used to one-shot you.
I mean, it was difficult for me to make it through because avoiding them at all is really difficult.
6 is up.
And it's more of a situation where, like, yeah, they don't one-shot you anymore, but they're gonna hit you multiple times really easily. You get like 5 stacks real quick while you're trying to dodge the ghosts. I couldn't keep away from them, even knowing their pattern and exactly how they moved, and even understanding like the method in which you use to avoid them, because they basically come straight at you, and you have to kind of circle around them because they have trouble turning.
You have to create the largest radius so they're chasing you.
But when you're on that little platform waiting for the for her to destroy the land, you have no large radius, so you almost always get hit while you're waiting for her to destroy the area.
You have to start off of the platform because she doesn't burn the outside right away. You have like a couple seconds, so she starts shooting the ghost before she does the burn. So you let them shoot while you're off on the burn area, and then you run to the safety when she does the burn cast.
I mean, that's what I was trying to do, and I would sometimes manage to avoid them, but you got to do that 3 times. And the first one's easy because it's a large area, and you've got plenty of room to run in that large area. But the second 2 are a lot more difficult because they're so small.
For sure, yeah.
And it took me a while to get to the point where I could. Is mine just objectively worse than yours? It is objectively worse than yours. Dang it.
I'll go get you some Warcry sticks here.
I need some Warcry sticks.
Well, they're on the other account. It ain't gonna make yours level 41.
Okay, well, I got them capped.
Alright, get your aura. There you go.
I don't know. I really did like the Firebolt build, but I had a hard time getting her tanky enough where she could get into like 200s and not get ripped to shreds. I don't like the reversion back to the like whole like everybody's getting one shot by everything like trip. Like I don't know why they're so intent on setting up the game so that people are just getting one shot by everything. It's like they can't balance the game properly so that there's actually a scaling difficulty of, you know, like defense and resistances and whatever, because it pretty much always just comes down to like, haha, you can't kill me, I'm invincible, and then dead. Like there doesn't ever seem to be an in-between with them.
Yeah, I don't know. I just, once again, they had a brand new game to design and they went with these large numbers. I feel like it's just so much better when the numbers are small.
Much smaller. Have you played No Rest for the Wicked at all? Because like the numbers in No Rest for the Wicked are tiny. Like I turned on the damage numbers and I realized I was doing like even one of my biggest hits that was like God tier King Kamehameha was doing like 188 damage. And I didn't realize that it was only doing 188 damage because when I hit the monster with it, it takes off a huge part of their hit point pool, right? So it's all relative. I guess if you give the monsters billions of HP, and then of course you got to give the players billions of damage. I think it's much easier to balance a game based around small numbers than it is a game based around giant, ridiculous numbers.
It's easier to balance. It's easier for the player to understand.
And then you don't have like ridiculous, crazy multipliers coming in either. I mean, is it too much to ask to like have a situation where I feel like I'm, what's the term? Slowly losing. Like, you know what I mean? Like when you're fighting a monster and you just realize that like you just don't have the damage output and he's doing more damage than you and you're just slowly losing the fight. Like I never have gotten into a situation in Diablo 4 where I felt like I was slowly losing a fight. It was always either I'm overwhelmingly victorious or the monster is overwhelmingly victorious, and there doesn't ever seem to be an in-between, like in the middle ground. I've never been in a fight in Diablo 4 where it's like, oh, I'm losing, and it takes like 30 seconds to like 45 seconds for me to finally lose.
Yeah, it's never happens.
They fired most of the white people for diversity, no balance for communists. What? I mean, honestly, most of the people at Blizzard got fired, and then they had that strike happen and all the other stuff, and there was a lot more nasty reasons than communism. The stories that I heard about Blizzard, like I don't even understand how any of that could even happen, except for outside of inside of like a rich community, basically. I mean, have you heard some of the stories of the things that happened inside of Blizzard, like for the reason why things went so terrible? Like there was this one story, and this is the one that really blew me back. So apparently there was a breastfeeding room.
Yes.
There's a room specifically for breastfeeding, and the women were allowed to go in there for the purposes of privacy to breastfeed their children, or their baby, basically. Apparently, several of the higher-up executives and like bosses and things like that would regularly just go into the breastfeeding room to gawk and just stare at the women while they were breastfeeding. Like, what's the point of having a room specifically set up for privacy if people just walk into the room and treat it like it's a zoo? Like, look, mommy, she's feeding her baby. And then there was another story. The crazy one, a really crazy one, was
I'll be right back.
apparently the boss was a drug addict and offered drugs to his employee. The employee turned the drugs down and was then treated poorly because she didn't want to do the cocaine with her boss. That's some crazy stuff. Like you can't make this stuff up. And I'm reading these articles and I'm like this is what is even going on at Blizzard headquarters?
Maintenance tomorrow.
Freaking cocaine, that's what's going on there. They had cameras in the bathroom as well.
Maintenance between 11 a.m. Pacific to 1 p.m. tomorrow.
I can't get in the stash.
Freaking Kevin dropping the big bucks today. I appreciate it, Kevin.
Bring in your Warcry sticks.
Oh, nice.
And the tear's unchanged. I don't know if y'all realize that.
No.
Ancient
Ancient tunnels.
tunnels.
Ugh.
Yeah, we're not going to ancient tunnels, that's for sure. You bring me some woe cry sticks? Some sticks of the woe cry?
I'm on my way. I had to swap accounts.
Sticks! I got sticks!
I mean, you could have just, you know, used one of your burns and got you 240 Hodos or something.
Oh, I got burr runes? Oh, I do got a burr rune in here. I got a Sur rune, a burr rune, a pole rune, a lem rune, Where'd I get that from? A lem rune. Where did I get an I don't even remember that.
Okay, they'll cost you a burn.
What's gonna cost me a burr? Two Warcry sticks? That's expensive.
Yep.
Those are expensive. Those are
They
expensive.
sure are. Yes, they are. I'm right here. Where you
Those
going?
are expensive sticks. Sticks of expensiveness. Oh, those are hard to hold sticks. I don't got any room for them hard to hold sticks. Hold on, put these in there.
What do you mean they're hard to
put
hold?
these
They're
in
sticks.
there.
They're Warcry sticks.
I'm putting the sticks. I got sticks. I'm putting the sticks. I got sticks. There we go. Look at my beautiful sticks.
That's a beautiful stick.
You're a beautiful stick. Ooh.
That's a nice one. I'm hoping.
What, a Breath of the Dying Archon
Yes,
staff? Oh yeah, that's
you
the one.
rolled it.
Yeah, it's the one I made. I made that. You made this? No, I made this.
It doesn't matter anymore. I'm holding it.
Well, that brings me up to level 34 shout and 34. Hey, I played around with it before I gave it to you, sir. I played around with it before I gave
handed
it
it
back.
to you so you could. I found the stick and then I just handed it to you so you could roll it on stream.
Yeah, you just wanted me to
Streamer
use
luck.
my streamer luck. I know.
Yep.
You just wanted the streamer luck.
I don't see a problem with that.
Arcane's Valor really that cheap? Like an for a +2?
Arcanes is niche use. A lot of people don't see it as a useful piece of equipment, and I don't know why. It's honestly best in slot for quite a few builds.
About the only people
It's
that
because
use it
it's
anymore
from the
is
old days before
in the melee
rumors.
crowd.
I think that's why. And it was like the best unique armor. Now nobody cares about it because of Enigma.
Well,
melee crowd
yes.
still cares about the ethereal versions.
I mean, not everybody. I'm talking like that's why majority of the people.
Eni-
'cause they
Enigma
watch a
is
video
probably one
and
of the main
somebody's like,
reasons.
Enigma's the best armor. Everybody wears it.
Everybody wears it? Everybody wears it?
Yeah, I just looked up the Rift build, and they want to put an Enigma on there. I was like, last time I remember, I had a Chains of Honor because this thing has no resistance. But their build has max. They have their complete charms full of +5, 7 MF small charms. I'm like, okay, well that's how you got your 65 resistance. but I invited that.
and that's not gonna happen on
No, that ain't gonna happen. That's why I was like, I swear
live.
I put Chains of Honor on there. And I have Phoenix Strike, so I can teleport to some extent.
Honestly,
Then it was
I
like,
think
oh, okay,
I think
that's
Dragonflight is better than Enigma.
That's
honestly.
what I meant.
I think you're better off just using Dragonflight and grab like a little telly Amy or something.
Yeah,
just something that has telly on it so that you can, get across those gaps that you can't Dragonflight past. But
And
you
even
don't.
then, you run fast enough where you don't need to. You're an assassin.
Yeah, but you don't really need a teleport on the Mosaic Sand. You really don't. In fact, it honestly will get you killed more than it helps.
That's crazy.
Because the next time you teleport into a pack of monsters without your Dragonflight ability, and it's like a friggin' fanaticized pack of Death Lords, they're just gonna murder you, and you're not gonna be able to do anything about it. When you dynamic entry with Dragonflight, it's a whole different story. Like the dynamic entry applies a lot of damage upon moving into the pack, makes it extremely easy for you to kill whatever the main target is. I usually just target the elite because all the other like regular monsters usually die as a result anyway.
Oh, I do have a throwing. I do have a 3 to Warcry's barb stick. Do you want it?
Oh, what's up?
I thought you did. I just.
Right. What's up,
I just saw
Rhinites?
it in this character. Figured I'd mention it.
Yeah, I got him on right now. Hold on,
Well, I don't have that stank on.
Okay, well I'm hitting the button now. Why don't you come over here and get some stank?
I didn't have to. You came to me.
No, I just came to the nearest person because I was trying to be polite. I didn't know it was you, Chun. If I knew it was you, I would have went the other way. He's like, take it.
Hey. Well, that's a ogre GC right there.
Oh, my merc can finally use the weapon. Oh yeah, hold on. Let's go back
See
to
that?
town. He can finally use his weapon. Let's go.
Hold it on.
Now my merc's damage output's going through the
What did you just find, Chunks?
Doing ogres on a smiter. Grand charm to throw on to counteract this stuff.
Oh,
What
like
is
a
this
30
stuff?
a 30 lightning.
A life that is I like 34 life, 30 life resist GC.
Dang, yeah. A lot of people sleep on the GCs. Like if it's 30, that's insane to me. Like if you need it for for that particular instance.
Yeah, I find them all the time, and I usually hang on to them. Like that one I got right there. It's like 30 fire with lightning damage on it. They're low level too. Like you look at their level, they're usually within like 10 to 20 level range. So you can throw them on new characters really easy too for cheap resistances early on.
When you did your ice bow, I remember you were asking for charms that had like cold damage. I found a large charm that has 9 to 18, but it also has 25 life on it. I don't know if that would be something useful for that type of character, or if they go higher on the small charms.
I mean, you basically just you don't really have much of a choice. You pretty much just use whatever you have that adds it to the highest damage output. And yeah, anything that's got combination like that. Ooh, a Rune Scepter. Zachary's hand.
9 to 18 is higher than the small charms roll, isn't it? Isn't it really low on the small charms? Like 9 is the max versus 18 being the max.
For what? The small charms?
Mm-hmm.
The small charms is it's
those can roll too, right?
Hibernal
They can roll
of the
doubles,
winter
right?
or something like that. I think it goes pretty high. It's.
I forgot they can roll 2. Yeah, they can roll 2 cold.
Honestly,
Yeah,
it seems like the second roll is really low though, and it's better to just grab like another effect on the second one. So you want like hibernal of something else, and you can. I had a bunch of them that were really good combination ones that had other effects on them.
I feel like your builds like sometimes will alter the way items are sold, like for certain builds, that like some of the things would be completely useless until you figure out some build that actually like works very
Principle,
well.
for instance. Principle was absolutely garbage before I I found
Yeah, it was
a
like it
working
was
build for it.
okay if you were like gonna start off like and you got a goal on your very first Hellforge and you were a paladin just to get the extra 2 to skills. But other than that,
And now it's literally the center point of
Mhm.
Godzilla and the North Star Smiter. The extra damage that it adds is pretty significant too, and it's also AoE as well. So it's kind of just a fun way to just throw some AoE into a build.
plus 2, doesn't it still heal? Like if there's a
It
friendly
does.
behind
So
it?
if,
Yeah.
so
that's
if you have
that's
2 North
crazy.
Stars in like an Uber scenario, and you put one
Yeah,
on
you
one
can
side
do
and
one
one on
on
the
the
other,
other.
you can literally just heal each other, which is
I think
amazing.
wasn't
lot-
it Destination and you did that?
But one
He had
day,
his Holy Zealer or whatever, or Holy, what is it, the Oridin or whatever?
well, one day we were doing a run, and I was on something else. Like I think I was on my Barbarian or something.
The party didn't.
And somebody was on a North Star
That's
Smiter,
right.
and they were shooting holy bolts, and I'm like, hold up, let me get in here. I was like, let me snuggle in behind here and get this sweet, sweet holy bolt healing.
That's pretty cool to see other people play your builds, I bet.
I mean, it's a pretty powerful build. It's probably
Oh,
the
yeah.
most meta build I've ever created. Some people will only play meta
You
builds.
talking Godzilla or which one?
Well, Godzilla and North Star are both meta, but I think
North Star's way better.
I think
at
North Star
single
is
target.
definitely the better of the two.
Yeah, the other one had dreams, right?
Yeah, Dual
Godzilla had
Dreams.
dreams, yeah.
It'd be fun to kind of maybe remake Godzilla with a without dreams. See how well I could make it without the dreams.
No, it's just
I
cool
think-
to see after all these years something that I've never thought of. And like for some reason when I was playing the game and growing up, I just never thought of like building a character around a specific item because it was always like this is the meta, this is what you should do, etc. You know, I never thought about like
So
other stuff,
that's the fun way to
you
do
know?
it. You find a really cool item and you're like, huh, I wonder how I could make a character around
no,
this
there's
item.
like after that, like learning about that, I've been looking at multiple items that I've been like, why it'd be awesome to make a character around this. Like Storm Rider, if that could work, that'd be a cool weapon. Like if you could dual wield that.
I think your best bet for Storm
That'd be
Raider
sick.
would be a Kicksin, honestly.
yeah,
It would be kind of interesting to set
so
up
two
maybe
things
like
ago.
set up like a
Chain
Kicksin with like proccing effects. I mean, there's a couple proccing items for the Kicksins, so it's not like it's out of the realm of
yeah, I'm
possibility.
doing the Rift right now, just because I don't have the stuff for Mosaic, but I'm just kind of messing around with the proccing of it because on striking is a lot different than on attack.
Yeah, but on attack
attacking.
doesn't work for some things, so you have to be careful.
Well, on the Kicksin,
Check that circle.
it works. Like I can sit and kick something and not hit it, and then still proc the frozen arms because it's on attack.
That's an interesting stuff.
Yeah. I had FCR. Very happy.
It's +2 with 20 all res, some various other things.
A lot of mana. A lot of mana.
I always thought it would be fun to set up a sorceress around a Gibber Shred. I've had a couple theory
Max
crafts.
out all the masteries.
Yeah, because Gimmer Shred has such a massive amount of elemental damage on it. So you would basically just, you'd max out all the masteries. You'd set up, you'd want piercing, so you'd get yourself a Razor Tail and a Wisdom, so you could get your pierce up as high as you possibly could. With max Lightning Mastery, max Fire Mastery, and Enchant, because you probably throw Enchant in there too. I mean, you would have, 483 Fire, 501 Lightning, 397 Cold, and then you could stack on Charms too, so you'd have basically all damage charms, so Cold damage, Fire damage, and Lightning damage charms. You'd want all of them, because they would all get enhanced by the throwing. And then you would just throw. You just throw the frickin'... There wouldn't be anything special that you could do with it. You would just be throwing an axe, but... I mean,
That's what sucks about doing the melee builds is you have to find some sort of weapon that gives you a different skill than just attack. Like the passion for the zeal sword or whatever. Like that weapon does nothing but give you zeal. Like it might do a minor bit, but it really does nothing but
this
give you
character
zeal.
is utilizing the skills on the sorceress. She just doesn't have an actual throwing ability, but that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I
I
guess
mean,
it just
she's going to be doing massive amounts of elemental damage, which is very
yeah, it's
powerful.
kind of like how the Zeal Sork is, where you would just max out your fire stuff on the tree, put dreams on, and then max out the lightning, and then you're doing just massive amounts of just damage just without any skill, you know? Like you just got all synergies built into your skill, I guess.
Well, I guess the general gist of this build, though, would be that I'm not even sure if Gimmer Shred might be the best option.
Afternoon.
Isn't there another weapon that has better elemental damage than Gimmer Shred? It's a rune word, I think.
See what these tracks rolled.
What is that rune word that has elemental damage on it?
The
Famine? No, hang on. It's been a minute.
Famine has a lot
It's
of
an elemental damage rune word for sure.
It's not Famine though. Famine. It might be. Hang on. Famine's one that I haven't
Famine.
seen in a while. Now that I
Famine.
think about it. Is that it?
Pretty quite certain it's Famine. Anybody
I'm
want
looking.
these
I'm looking
tracks?
through the list right now.
Dude, I actually
200,
totally forgot about
250, 200. So that's not really like that's not better than Gimmer Shred. It does have ITD on it and 30% increased attack speed. It's got prevent monster heal. Man, the thing about Gimmer Shred though is it's a throwing item, and so you can chuck it, and then it can pierce through targets. So that's also kind of like a benefit there as well. I mean, set up properly, you could probably kill just about anything in the game with that character. Because you don't smell like a cigarette? Oh, man. Death sticks. What are you, quitting?
Ooh.
That's good. That's really good. I'm proud of anybody who quit smoking.
Proud of anybody who tries. Good luck to you, my friend. It's
Proud of
tough.
anybody who quits.
Stupid burning dead
Did you guys
archers.
ever see that ad that they put out a long time ago for smoking? It was where the cigarette would drag the person around. Like it was like every time they wanted to go smoke, the cigarette would like drag them outside to go smoke, or would drag them to the car. And like, they didn't have any control over their body. They were just constantly being drug around by the cigarette. I thought it was hilarious.
Greetings.
I feel like it wasn't until the last like so many years that it was blamed on something else besides your choice of doing something. Like I know addiction is a real thing, but you still like choose to do it. I know it's like, yeah, your brain, whatever, but you're still like physically going to the store and buying it or whatever, or going to whatever.
One of the things
wow.
that's been confirmed for a long time is that like I think that there's a certain like element there of what's the term? So like initially nicotine gives you a kind of like a feeling of calmness and helps you with anxiety. And in the beginning, it totally does, but it also eventually makes you more anxious in general, and then smoking cures that anxiousness
until you
that it gives you. But like that, and it's kind of hard to explain in a way that makes sense, I think. But you just if you don't understand,
you wouldn't get as anxious.
Yes, basically, you're getting more anxious because you're addicted to
smoking.
nicotine.
Because it's calming your. And you don't know how to naturally deal with being anxious unless you smoke a cigarette.
But it actually makes you more anxious just in general, and then smoking, of course, cures that anxiety. And so a lot of people come to the conclusion of they're like, oh well, smoking helps me with my anxiety. But what they're not understanding is that smoking is also making them anxious. Like it's actually making you more anxious in general. So it's like some sort of a scam where like the guy goes up to a car and pops the tire, and then 2 miles down the road he has a tire stand that sells you more tires. Like, yeah, the guy's selling you a tire, but he's also the one that popped your tire in the first place.
First one's free.
And at some point, I think you got to realize that it's exasperating the issue and making it worse. Temporarily,
Yeah.
like, it's just like caffeine. Temporarily, caffeine will definitely make you stay awake and more alert in general. But there also comes a point where caffeine starts to become ineffective, and literally you're not taking it to stay awake and to be alert. You're literally just taking it to be normal, because it has lost its effectiveness after a certain point. Which is why as much as I will lean on an energy drink every now and then when I need it, I don't drink caffeine every single day. I only take it when I absolutely need it, so that it's actually effective.
That's what Excedrin got in some trouble with, because like they had a ton
Caffeine
of caffeine in it,
yeah.
to where it was like people were taking it to control their whatever the doctor told them, and then they're now getting a caffeine addiction.
Addicted
where
to
it's like,
Excedrin.
Yeah.
And you know what one of the side effects is to caffeine withdrawals? It's a headache. So you literally are taking the headache medicine to cure the headache.
Wow. Oh man.
Oh man,
Hi,
my head
guys.
hurts. Let me take my my Excedrin migraine. Oh, my migraine's gone. Wow, this is amazing.
Oh, now I need Excedrin to get rid of my. Oh man, that's crazy.
Medicine works much better, and when you take it when you need it, not all the time. Like that's just how it works. You get built up immunities, or not immunities. You get built up. What's the term?
Even vitamins, like that's why vitamins are crammed full of all this stuff. And if you take a vitamin like every single day, like I've noticed that most of it you pee out. Yeah.
Well,
so you're just wasting a vitamin.
Well, there's also a big part of that is a lot of vitamins and minerals are what's called fat-soluble vitamins and minerals, which means that they basically don't work unless you have basically eaten some sort of fat content, like when you consume them. So a lot of them actually don't get properly digested. They just leave your system.
Huh.
They look up fat-soluble vitamins. It's like a whole thing. So
usually, I know how fats work when it enters your body. Like that's why, that's why the whole eat a salad before you eat dinner came into play. Is because when you eat a salad, it kind of coats your stomach to be able to not absorb the fats. It actually digests the fats instead of absorbing it.
Well, I mean, like take for instance
if
you eat vegetables and you're trying to be healthy on a regular basis. Like it's pretty much been proven that just eating the vegetables by themselves, a lot of the times the nutrients and things that are in the vegetables don't get absorbed. And just simply the act of, say, taking like a small pat of butter and putting it on top of the vegetables changes the entire equation, because the fat from the butter allows your body to absorb the nutrients better, and so you're actually getting the nutrients from the vegetables instead of just them passing through your system relatively unmolested.
Now that makes sense on a whole other level that I'm thinking of now, because butter will absorb a lot of other things, like for baking, for example, like flavors and certain things, to where when you bake it, you have to do certain things in butter for it to work properly. That makes sense.
I mean, I could pull up a list here. Hold on, let me see. Fat-soluble vitamins. What's the list of fat-soluble vitamins? So the fat-soluble vitamins include vitamin A, vitamin D, vitamin E, and vitamin K. Fat-soluble vitamins play integral roles in multitude of psychological processes such as vision, bone health, immune function, and coagulation.
K is potassium, right?
K is generally used in the body for coagulation. It's your, like if you get cut and your scabs form really quickly, that usually means you have a lot of vitamin K in your system. However, if you get cut and it takes you a long time to clot, it could be a lack of vitamin K, or it could be something else as well. But a mage wrath.
We always learn something in this channel. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Good.
Expand your brain.
Yeah.
No, that's crazy, because
GC.
that's crazy. I didn't know about the clotting like that. That makes sense. I clot like very quickly, and other people don't. That makes sense. I don't eat what is it? Bananas have potassium? There's probably a lot of other stuff, but I know bananas are like everybody says potassium in bananas.
I need the stank.
The stank. He needs the stank. The stanky stank.
Look at that charm and that sword on it.
Ow. What is the point of the blowy up guys? They don't even do enough damage to actually hurt anything. Like, I've never understood what the point of them is. You can stand in the center of like 30 blow up guys, including elite and champion blow up guys, as they all like run at you and explode in a relentless like array of like fireworks, and you've lost like 2% of your health. Like I don't get it.
I just feel like if they should be champions, they should drop something.
Yeah, no, that would be nice.
They drop me a key or a scroll of
Superior
identify.
Conquest Sword.
Saw that.
Oh wow, it's a F4 socket, and it's got +2 attack rating on it. F4 socket is what would you throw in there? Oath or what? Oh yeah, you could throw Oath in there, and that would work for a player.
Yeah.
Isn't there another 4-socket recipe? I could have sworn there was more than one.
I mean, Bayman's 4-socket. I threw it back on the ground.
Oh, you don't want it?
No.
I thought you could make a merc weapon out of it.
I've got to know if it's cryptics. That's what the Barb Smart is. He's the act robber. Got a plague in one hand. Oath has cryptic sword.
Oops. Use my sticks. Like I use my sticks.
Oops.
I'm at almost at 4,000 HP with this wolf setup. So
Wolfie.
wolfy. What kind of crazy builds are we gonna come up
I
with
got
this season for the?
15,000 attack rating.
And it didn't. I think I was looking at the patch notes for Diablo 4. Isn't there like a whole elemental barb build? Like, didn't they just enhance your elemental barb build massively?
Yes. Oh yeah, with the new elemental that you can put on all 4 of your weapons, elemental attacks and everything.
Yeah. You could put like all 4 of those crazy procking. I think they're probably gonna nerf those, by the way.
Well, they did. They already said they were nerfing them. They already committed to it. I don't know if it's like 1/4, but I forgot exactly if they gave a number now. But they said they nerfed it.
There you go, Ginger.
What's you got?
There's your S3 wedge.
My F
For
edge.
your wolf. For your wolf.
I want an F edge for my wolf.
I was thinking that. Crushing blow. It's the other one.
They're toying with the idea of letting you temper on uniques as well, which I think might be necessary.
Sugar is in almost everything, but I think I do the same thing. I pretty much cut sugar out of my diet too, but it's a lot easier than it seems because although sugar is in everything, I think if you just do the one big thing, it honestly kills most of the sugar in your diet, which is just if you just cut like soda and sugary drinks out of your diet. Just drink water. Like, that's what I do. The majority of the time, like when you see me sipping from my big giant cup, all it is water. Once you stop drinking sugary drinks, you actually cut the majority of the sugar out of your diet anyway. I mean, yeah, you'll still have some sugar coming in from other sources, but people be drinking like 5-6 sodas a day. You don't think, yeah, like, and then they're like, oh, but I had a slice of cake, and I'm like, no. I was like, if you didn't drink the sodas, the slice of cake wouldn't even mean anything. Like, what's one slice of cake versus freaking 5 sodas that you drink? I think water's the easiest way. You just avoid the sodas in general. Somebody else told it to me this way, which I thought was a pretty interesting way to look at it too. And they were like, well, you can have 5 sodas or you can have 5 pieces of cake. I mean, and if you look at it from that perspective, like, would you rather drink 5 sodas, or would you rather have, you know, like a couple pieces of fudge or whatever? I mean, you look at it as a quid pro quo kind of a situation, which is where you're trading one thing for the other. Like, you can't have both. Like, you can't just drink 5 sodas and also have 5 pieces of fudge, because then you're a fatty. But if you drink water and you have pieces of fudge, then you're going to be a lot better off than if you were drinking soda with pieces of fudge. And that's the way I look at it. Is I look at it from a perspective of not that I'm cutting sodas out of my diet, but that I'm making room for things that I would rather eat. Like, what's your priority? Would you rather have tacos, or would you rather have, you know, soda? Because you can have tacos as long as you don't drink the sodas. But if you have the sodas, then you don't get the tacos. Like, so, and that's how, like, I usually deal with just about everything. I try and balance it out. You're the fat kid chasing the cupcake. Ooh, a superior spired, huh? Aw, that's only 2 sockets. Venom Lord. This is America. We take both. Not me. Not me. And I've also moved to eating a lot of proteins instead, because it keeps you full for longer. I mean, I don't. It's much easier to stay full if you eat proteins than it is if you eat carbohydrates, because carbohydrates digest much quicker, and so your stomach's empty sooner, and you peck more, like you graze, like you go in the kitchen and start grazing on things. You only had 9 diet sodas. I get my advice from Taco GGM. Taco GGM. I like tacos. Cody likes tacos.
Ah,
Who doesn't like tacos?
You run for me.
I remember this time this lady at Taco Bell, she told me about the horror story that was this lady would come to the place and she was allergic to cheese. I kid you not, but she really loved tacos, and so she kept coming to the Taco Bell to order tacos, telling them that she was allergic to cheese. And apparently, like, the policy for like making tacos for somebody that's allergic to cheese is they basically have to throw away all the stuff, make new stuff that doesn't have any cheese contamination. And like every time she would show up, they would have to like redo the entire building basically to like make her tacos with no cheese on them. Cause you know
I used to work
you know how it
there
is.
when I was 16.
If you order a taco with no lettuce, you still get lettuce on it. It's like there's like little pieces of lettuce in there, and if you order it with no cheese, there's still like little tiny sprinkles of cheese in there.
Yeah, so what they would have to do is, because all of these like little pans are like really close to each other.
Oh yeah.
So like some of the cheese would get into the lettuce, etc. So you would just grab a new pan.
Cross contamination.
Yeah, you would change your gloves and grab a new pan.
Wow.
Which it was a pain in the butt to do that, to be honest.
Yes.
Not a.
Not
sometime-
ethereal. Aw.
Back when I was 16, there
So
was tacos that was under $1.
So it's not that one.
No,
Basic-
it is not that one. I have one of those too, just not on ladder.
If you have a condition where you can basically like die, you probably should just cook your own food.
Okay,
Yes,
agreed,
yes, I
bro.
think that's probably the preferred method.
Yeah.
You know what my favorite is? Somebody said they were allergic to tomatoes, and then they asked for sauce, and I was like, "I'm sorry, but these all have tomato sauce in them." Like I'm reading the ingredients on the bottom, and they're like, "Well, that doesn't bug me, but real raw tomatoes bugs me." And I'm like, "Man, are you just saying you don't want tomatoes because you don't want tomatoes, or are you just trying to make up a sickness?" And I'm trying to save you.
He's
by
getting
saying
down
the
with the
sauce
sickness.
has-
I don't think he
Well,
understands
nice.
what allergy is. I think that's really.
Yeah,
what
I
it
think
is.
it was like, I just don't want tomatoes. That's what I said. And he was like, yeah, I just don't want tomatoes. I was like, well, you said you were allergic, so there's a big difference, dude.
Yeah.
There's a big difference between
That's why when
allergic
he
and
said,
I don't
want
like
extra
them.
fire sauce. I'm like, no, bro, that's got tomatoes all in it.
I'm gonna start saying I'm allergic to onions.
Allergic to water. I can't have any water.
There's two kinds of people in the world, by the way. There's two kinds. There's the people who like onions and smother everything they own in onions, and then there's the people who hate onions and can't stand them because they literally gag and
Facts.
vomit literally when they eat one of these onions that they love to smother everything with.
Same with garlic.
And they don't understand. Like there's no understanding
I'm
between the
allergic to
two.
money I can't pay.
Between the two people, like the onion people cannot fathom that there are people out there that don't like onions smothering everything that they own.
I like his allergy.
Will you stop running away from me? God, as a melee character, the mages are one of the worst monsters to fight. They decrepify you and run away. That's literally their whole tactic, is decrepify you and run away. As soon as they decrepify you, they immediately turn around and just start fleeing in the opposite direction. And there's nothing you can do about it, because you're decrepified. You can't chase them.
Hey, does anyone need a Naj staff, telly staff?
Yeah, I could actually take that on my Kickstarter.
Oh yeah, Kevin brought up diet sodas.
Or pen-
I was
Okay.
watching.
Okay.
My girlfriend watches these stupid little videos with like where they try and get these.
I'm not in your game, but I'm joining
These
right now.
big giant fat people. That's the only way I can explain it in the politest way possible. The big giant fat people to no longer be big
Says
giant
your
fat
game's
people,
no longer in session, John.
and they are just chugging down diet sodas, and I'm like, well, this obviously isn't working.
We're in 8.
Like this obviously isn't working.
But it says diet.
Dude, there was a lady. She was like 500 pounds or like 550 pounds or something, and they're both just sitting there enjoying diet sodas, and I'm like, what?
Hey, at least they're trying.
Well, their doctor told them to stop. Like they this on this TV show, they actually have like legitimate dietitians, like doctors that are supposed to try and help them lose weight, and the doctor's like, you need to stop drinking diet sodas. It makes it worse.
Yeah, diet sodas are. If you look at the ingredients, it's actually worse. I would say.
Well, no, it's something.
Do they still have the aspartame
They said
in
it's
there?
something about like the fake sugar tricks your brain or something into doing something, which then like causes your body to like withhold
It's
fat
more
or
of
something. It's some sort of
more
scientific
a trick your
thing.
addiction crap. instead of
Yeah,
just
it's
stopping.
not. Yeah, there's whole like articles on it. I'm sure
Yeah.
it
That's
doesn't even
crazy.
taste good.
I do remember when they had the aspartame, which the aspartame was
Ooh.
like a leading cause of cancer for a while.
I don't know if they've
it's
ever proven that
80s
aspartame
or
causes
90s.
cancer. I don't.
Well, it's all the same. Yeah.
But
They took it out.
but
They
they
took it out. So
because it's still used in everything, gum,
And
sodas, all sorts of
Coca-Cola.
stuff. Everything. I use it everywhere. I don't know. I did remember reading they said it caused laboratory or cancer in
and
laboratory mice.
fructose corn syrup, we need to take that stuff out of everything. Like, why don't we use real sugar? Like, everybody
So
else
the
when they come to
reason
this
the
country
reason
is
why
like,
they
what the
use
hell are you guys
fructose
using that?
is because it's water soluble.
It's cheap.
That's water soluble.
It's
So-
cheap too.
So water soluble sugar blends better with liquids. So when you're making sodas and teas and stuff like that, it blends better and easier. If you put regular sugar in like a tea or something like that, it doesn't blend as well.
Like raw sugar.
Yeah, like raw sugar, and it kind of like gets stuck at the bottom. Like there's only I don't know if you've had it happen before, but like you literally pour
all I
you pour it
use
in
when I
there
make
and
my morning
you
coffee.
mix it with
I
the
have one coffee a
spoon,
day.
and then you drink it, and it's kind of crunchy. Like that's what they're
Yeah.
they're trying to avoid.
When I go to Dunkin' Donuts and I get a coffee, that's how it comes. That's why I don't go to Dunkin' Donuts.
They get
'Cause every time
crunchy.
I
They get
one-
crunchy sugar.
Every time I get there, I have to shake the crap out of my coffee.
Crunchy
like,
sugar.
Or else, yeah, it's like, what
That's right.
what am I supposed to shake this? Like, what's going on? I don't know. I don't know. That's why I don't go there. I
Almost
just
level
make one
87.
cup in the morning, and then that's it.
I just
Now,
love-
even regular sugar though is half fructose. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
Mm.
Even table sugar. Table sugar is
I
half
use-
fructose and half sucrose.
I use raw, like brown sugar. Not brown, but it's like raw sugar. It's a brown color. It's not. It's actually clear. It's not white.
It's actually
Golden granulates,
it
they
actually
call
kind
it.
of surprised me
Okay.
when I found out what the main source for sugar is too. It's actually
It's not what
it's-
you think.
It's
yeah.
beets.
Mm.
The
You ever
majority of
watch
sugar
Breaking
out there
Bad?
comes from
That's
beets.
how sugar's made. It's kind of crazy.
Beautiful beets. I don't know why it's beets, but it's beets.
I like beets if they're pickled.
Sacred Armor's dropping like crazy.
I know. That's like the third one, wasn't it?
You just got another one?
Yeah. Blue ones keep popping out of everybody's anus.
I want a Terriers, man. I've never found one.
Me neither. The last one I found was a terrorized Eldritch, and I was like, oh, this could be it now. But no, still, and it was the worst roll too.
I've never found one.
No, I've never found a Tyrion. I'm saying it was the worst. What's the other one? The other one.
Templars.
Templars, yeah.
Yeah, I found
I
one.
was wanting to say
today.
Tyrios, but I knew that wasn't it.
I think plants are actually evil, Irene. I think plants are actually out to kill us.
Why do you think they subside when you play music to them?
I think they're actually pure evil, unadulterated evil, like straight 100 proof evil.
Anybody want these stupid claws?
I mean, if you think about it in a certain way, like even though they may not have a mind of their own, if they're slowly sort of like changing to the environment that they're in, and they realize that we are consuming them, right? Then they're going to make something to consume that slows us down and makes us stupider and and easier. And obviously, if we die too, that's also in their benefit. So killing us is also part of
plants
their
are
plan.
I'll be
probably
back.
for people to eat or animals to eat. Like, are you dissing animals too?
They're
Like,
slowly
animals
no
eat
the plants
berries and stuff, you know.
the plants
I'm not
deliberately
talking to
make
you, I'm saying
things
whoever
for us to
sparked this
consume.
comment. I'm not
They deliberately make stuff for us to consume.
Yeah.
It's their
Everything
sugar.
is like the cows eat grass, and they need a specific type of stomach to eat that grass. Like
Bacteria.
It's all in this.
Why eat raw sugar? Why don't you cook it? You're so silly. Your mom's raw
Yeah.
sugar. How about that?
Oh,
Oh,
got him.
No, but seriously, if you think about it from a certain perspective, right? So, like, you have a plant makes something that you're supposed to eat, right? Well, the plant wants to make the most delicious thing that it can, because it wants to propagate its species, so to speak.
The plant
And it-
also gets something from you eating it.
Yeah, so you're eating the plant, right? And then on top of that, like, if you die around the plant, they also get your nutrients that way.
And when
so-
you poop, you
so
get to put
making-
the seeds in the ground.
So making you addicted to the plant is in their benefit also, right? So, it makes you fat, it makes you slow, it makes you want to stick around. It makes you want to eat more. It makes you propagate the
Tend
seeds
to
all
the
over
plant.
the place, right? Tend to me. Eat my fruits. My fruits are delicious. You can have them for yourself. You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah, you're prolonging its life forever. And what happens if you didn't eat it? It would just sit there and rot and fall back into the ground and do the same thing.
Well, I mean, basically what I'm saying is that the plant, you know, kind of has like a whole thing going on where we go out of our way to propagate the ones that are the more delicious, right? But delicious doesn't necessarily mean nutritious. And so the more tasty they are, maybe the less healthy they are, and we're like, you know, building entire orchards for them.
Yeah, like apples, they only produce one time a year, and the rest of the time you're taking care of these things that are doing nothing. You know? Aside from growing.
Kosher food doesn't have the poison. Kevin said kosher food doesn't have poison in it.
Kosher food. Define kosher food, Kevin.
I mean, kosher food is already defined. that's
I mean,
that's like the
consider
entire
kosher.
that's the entire point of kosher food is it's a defined food state. They only take certain pieces of the food as opposed to other pieces of the food. They're not allowed to eat like certain organs and like animals with hooves on them, and like there's like a whole kosher has a whole rule set actually.
In the store, they don't make it seem like that. It says kosher.
Vegetarians are cannibals. It said vegetarians are cannibals.
They're plant cannibals.
I'll tell you one thing. Hebrew National hot dogs, they're like one of my favorite hot dogs. And they're kosher. They're absolutely delicious if you've never had Hebrew Nationals. Those are some delicious hot dogs. Like my two favorite hot dogs basically are Nathan's, which are decent, but Hebrew Nationals are like way better.
My favorite bread is potato bread. If that means anything to you vegans
He's
out
making
there.
vodka. That's what he's doing. He's making
No,
vodka bread.
potato bread is good. It lasts
I
so
know
much
you. You're
longer.
taking that potatoes and making vodka out of them.
No, I don't make no bread. I don't make it. I buy it at the store. It's the one section. There's only like one potato bread.
Wait, we're not
Usually
supposed to
10.
eat demons? No, you're not supposed to eat demons. Don't do that. Don't eat the demons. I don't know about mushrooms. I'm not a big fan of mushrooms. They're kind of slimy and gross. I'm not a big fan of slimy and gross things. I think somewhere deep down in the ancient history of man, you know, like we recoil from the slimy and gross things, and I think I'm still in the recoil from slimy and gross things world. Haven't left it. That was actually on a Star Trek episode, I think. What was it? I think it was the Ferengi. I gotta find that line now.
Yeah, mushrooms are, I don't know. The only time I can eat them is if it's like cooked, like fried mushrooms, where they kind of take on the flavor of whatever you're frying around it. Like a steak and mushrooms is not awful because it tastes like steak.
Yeah, here it is. Quark, don't you get it, Odo? We humanoids are a product of millions of years of evolution. Our ancestors learned the hard way that what you don't know might kill you. They wouldn't have survived if they hadn't jumped back when they encountered a snake coiled in the muck. And now, millions of years later, that instinct is still there. It's genetic. Our tolerance for other life forms doesn't extend beyond the two-armed, two-legged variety. I hate to break this to you, but when you're in your natural state, you're more than our poor old genes can handle. That was on the episode Chimera from Deep Space Nine. mushrooms are good for the immune system. I think we all eat plenty of mushrooms every single day, even if we don't want to.
Yep. Absolutely.
I don't think there's a single person.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a single person here who hasn't eaten mushrooms or the.
Even breathing them in.
Well, the spores are everywhere. They're on your hands.
Yeah.
They're on they're on the food that you're eating. Like even if you buy a bag of food, or like I say, a bag of bread, and you don't open it,
is considered a mushroom, right?
even if you don't open the bag of bread,
any,
it will
no.
still eventually grow mushrooms and like different things on it, and like mold and it really just honestly they're everywhere. It's kind of hard to get away from them, to be perfectly honest.
Yay.
You drink some milk that's 3 days old, you might get some mushrooms on that.
Muskrams.
The portobellos, though, I have had some like really good portobellos that have been cooked to like try to make them like the best, and they are pretty good.
Have you ever watched that TV show, the Mushroom Hunter TV show?
Yeah.
Where the guy like goes around in the forest and like picks mushrooms and brings them back and lets them dry it. And then he goes to like a local craft show or something, or some sort of like I think it's like a cook's show where like they sell ingredients, like high quality ingredients, and then he would like sell them off for hundreds of dollars.
Yeah, truffles are like super expensive, and then there's like morels, which are really popular at certain times of the year. Like people go on vacation just to go get some, like to have them.
I remember reading a book. It was like all about how to get truffles, and it was how to train a pig, because you would train a truffle pig. And they were like training the pig to find truffles is actually ridiculously easy. Keeping your truffle pig from eating the truffles is the hard part. Because once they find them, they immediately want to eat them.
Yep. One time we got a hog, and we were gonna like raise it, and then all of a sudden it like wanted to give birth, and it gave birth to a bunch of pigs, and one of them was a runt that we ended up keeping because we sold all the other ones, and then we kept the runt, and within like 2 weeks it was already smart enough to like sit and give them your hand, and like it was smart enough to do everything. And it was just a little runt pig that was so small, like so small. It's crazy. It ended up having a hernia, and it had to do farmer stuff to do it, but it was crazy. Like it ended up having to be killed because it had a hernia.
Well, hernia is pretty bad.
Yeah, it was sad because it was so cool. Like we all were like, dude, this is the coolest little runt pig. It's so smart. It is crazy how smart they are. It's kind of ridiculous. Like 2 weeks of being born, and it's doing like commands that dogs of 2 or 3 months could not do, or even 6 months,
Actually, dogs are pretty eminently trainable at early ages.
No, I'm not saying I'm just saying the pig is way smarter than a dog. I'll tell you that for sure. Like, it also had a little dog to kind of guide it, but
oh yeah, when you have another
2 weeks,
when you have another animal, they will help teach the other animal. It's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, it was like a little Dotson short.
Yeah, so if you have another animal that already knows the tricks, and you do the tricks in front of the other animal, they actually pick it up pretty quickly.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily like just tricks. It was just like the dog would come over and sit, and then the pig would go over and just sit. Like it just learned how to be sociable within like 2 or 3 weeks. And then after that, it ended up like going into so much pain.
Look at that beautiful thing.
Put it down.
Isn't that the unique match spear?
Ooh.
Give it to Leon. Maybe he'll use it while he's waiting on his next dojang.
Leon?
It's a stone raven, right?
Yeah. only 3 skill,
Yep.
245 AD. 40 auras, so.
What's up, Snuggle Bunny?
Just getting XP, you know, hanging out.
Yeah.
I need that
That's what I'm
steak,
trying to do.
honey.
Thanks to all this gear Bobby Billions gave me, my Blade Assassin is now something of a serious killing machine.
Oh yeah.
I was able to, he gave me the base and the 2 other runes I needed for the Chains of Honor. And he also gave me a Flesh Ripper, so yeah.
Oh, you got the full setup then.
Flesh Ripper with Eth rune socketed. Yeah.
Oh, an Eth Flesh Ripper with an Eth rune in it?
Well, actually not an Eth Flesh Ripper, it's just an normal one.
Ah.
It's, I use Blade Shield. But I have got some stupid amount of Crushing Blow.
Oh yeah. I was reading some articles on like veganism, and there was a lot of the nutritionists. These were articles from nutritionists, and a lot of them were saying you can be healthy as a vegan, but it's also particularly difficult to stay healthy as a vegan if you don't do it properly. And they were talking about the dangers of trying to like figure out the formula for yourself and not having the right nutrients that you need at the right times. And like apparently one of the side effects, for instance, of like vitamin B12 deficiency is you start to get a little unhinged, start to go kind of crazy. And that is actually one of the ones that's one of the most difficult to get on a vegan diet is like your vitamin B12 and B6.
Yeah, it would be.
So
Unless you hit the
maybe the idea that
spot.
vegans are a little unhinged isn't exactly like, you know, just a rumor or what's somebody's opinion. It might actually just be a fact because they don't have the vitamins that they need. They start to go a little cuckoo.
He needs to have that stalwart of uniquely British condiments, Marmite, which is made from yeast extract, which is a load of vitamin
Oh my
B's.
god, dollies. Oh no, dollies.
Glomes, I think and dolls. Okay, I'm shutting him down.
Dollies
Hey,
and
those,
glomes.
Those glomes have conviction. Wow. Leon, did you get that spear?
They
that
have
was in town?
conviction?
Yes.
Yes, they have conviction.
That's rude. That is just rude.
Yep, that's why I'm back here. Minding my business.
Ooh, nice. A combat skills pally. It's got 1 to 2 lightning damage on it. Lion branded Grand Charm of Shock.
Gonna use that?
No, you need it. You running
Pally
combat skillers? I thought you'd be as a physical. I thought you'd be running like
I mean, it still buffs up my
damage
holy
AR.
shield. I have damage AR, but I'm just not full of them.
We know light dollies.
So
5 to 10 gold.
combat
damage.
skillers work too.
Ow!
Well, that is just a nasty mess of a room.
Wah! Got that.
What's
You
down
are doing
here?
a Good job.
No!
Yeah, this room is nuts. I don't even know what's going on. I'm just trying to kill stuff, and these souls keep stealing all my mana, which I find really rude. Endurance of Hate? That could be fun.
Yeah, it could be.
We need somebody to teleport, though. Oh god, that is nasty down there. Wow.
Wah! Don't want that.
There's so many dolls. Get him, Merc. Get him. You got gear. Get him.
Yeah.
What am I paying you for?
There's somebody's gold.
Yeah.
Leon, I think this is yours.
No, there's another
Yeah,
Grand
well-
Charm on the ground right here.
We're running, was it physical damage reduced by 48% at the moment?
Ow!
I'm done with that.
Combat skills barbarian now with poison damage.
Does one doll do so much? Stop.
Oh, I hear the most silly things come out of, like, vegan propaganda. Like that meat rots in your stomach, which is going to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Put that stank on us.
The silliness of that statement is so silly. I mean, not only does meat not rot in your stomach, and it's actually one of the first things that digests properly, but the funny thing is that that's literally how we digest vegetables and
Yeah.
like the entire process by which you digest food is literally the rot process. It's literally you putting the stuff in a situation where bacteria can eat it and letting the bacteria do its job so that the bacteria breaks down the
18 live.
the cellulose and basically everything that we're eating that is not meat, and then gives us nutrients as a result. Like it's the exact opposite.
That's why the large intestine's so big.
Yeah, that's literally, and that's why some people, it'd be an interesting factoid for you guys, is that's why a lot of people are fat and some people aren't when they eat the same diets. So if you have two people eating the same exact diet and one person is getting fat and the other person isn't, a lot of the times it's actually because one person has longer intestines than the other, which means they're getting more nutrients out of the food than the other person. So if you have longer intestines, you can generally end up getting more out of food than someone else. If I remember correctly, and this is nothing racist about this, this is actually a racial fact, is that Russians tend to have longer intestines than like the rest of the world. So Russians tend to get more food out of more nutrients out of their food than we do. So they can eat the same diet we do, and they'll get more nutrients out of it than we do. And there's like a whole study on this, by the way, of like apparently different races have kind of like different advantages over each other biologically, and it actually does. These little biological advantages are actually kind of significant. Like having a longer intestine just simply means that you are able to survive in harsher areas with less food.
It's genetics.
That's just it's just genetics. But it also means you get fat on the same diet as somebody else.
But you can ride bears.
Does anybody want to try and teleport Mephisto so we can do some endurance runs? We're going to go to 10.
My pally doesn't quite have the FCR. He's just got enough to like make his Tellian not terrible.
Time for some inventory Tetris, cube up some gems. Yay.
Get my gear right here. Lightning. What's my FCR at? 110.
Does anybody have a Monarch or 4-socket one? I don't really care. Or a Spirit. I don't really care what the FCR is.
Don't think so. No.
I've been searching for one for like the last 45 minutes. I don't know why I can't find them now. I found a ton earlier.
Old juvies all over the place.
Yeah, I'm cubing up gems. So I had to throw juvies out of my cube.
Oh my goodness.
I heard put
Well,
juvies.
I'm trying to tell you, but my internet's not letting me right now.
Well, those were spare, so anyone helping
Classic.
souls.
Classic chunks.
I can't wait
Man,
for the
my
death
ping
scream.
is-
Whoa!
Bouncing all over the place.
Well, let me come back to the waypoint and I'll give you some shouties.
I've got a CTA.
Well, mine are level 20 or 34.
I know.
I got
waited.
34.
I waited at the waypoint for a second. I'm already like going.
Okay, fine.
I'm already there.
Seal blubber.
It's up.
Chewing the cud. Alright, we ready to murder? Ready to pillage? Ready to plunder?
I like when you talk to a Kara and she just says hello.
Oh, Grand Charm right off the bat. An 84 Cold Sunder. Yuck.
That would have been money on day one.
I tell people all the time, just trade them off. Like, from beginning a ladder, just trade off all your Cold Sunders. Just go ahead. Like, you make yourself some money. It's easy cash early in the ladder. That way you can get your character set up and established. Extra strong, extra fast, stone skin, magic resist. Wow.
You wasn't resistant to that.
Well, I broke his immunity immediately because negative 70% lightning res just cuts right through pretty much anything. Alright, next.
I'm sitting at.
Yay!
I will come shout at you.
I'm sitting at. How much? Negative 47 fire. Without using tiles.
I don't know, but even if it doesn't hold up like racially across like an entire race, it does probably give people a reason why they might be fatter than their friends or their family members. Like, imagine if you grew up with your family members and everybody eats the same food every single day, and you're just like way fatter than everybody else in your family. Could just mean you got
crap.
really long intestines.
I gotta come back.
Don't know whether that tiara's any use to anybody who's got a paladin. Whether it's just an almost.
I don't have portals. Forgot I don't carry them on this character. But I did find level 3.
Delicious.
Alright, let's try that again.
Like, we need some snacks. I'm gonna open up the munchos.
It's locked.
Nah, I never checked it out, Irene. I mean, it sounds kind of interesting, but it seems more like a speedrunner thing to me.
Oh, dang. I just found a superior mage plate with 13 ED, 3 open socket, 13 enhanced, increased maximum durability.
Nice.
Ooh. Yeah.
I don't have anywhere near Enigma. Does anybody need this?
Hmm.
I just need a monarch spirit. For the low, dog. Or a white monarch.
Yeah, I'm looking for a Heart of the Oak base for my baby sorceress. Well, baby, she's level 76. I've got the rooms, I just don't have the base yet.
Hold on. Look.
4 socket flail should be
I think I
very
kept
easy to
up.
come by.
I think I kept
Stupid Arctic gloves.
Oh, I love this weapon.
I wonder what a Zealer based around Astrions would be like. It'd be kind of fun to set one up and play around with it. Get like an F
It'd be very
Astrions with
similar to-
Zod.
Ooh.
And it'd be similar to like Grief, probably, just from that added damage.
Well, you also got the Crushing Blow on Astrions, which helps the setup a little bit better,
Yeah.
so you need less CB on your equipment.
33%, isn't it? Astrians.
I mean, it's the same as using like a Heaven's Light,
Hmm.
as far as Crushing Blow goes. You throw at Heaven's Light, like I've got on mine, throw a Zod and a low rune in it, then you've got Deadly, Crushing Blow, 3 skill.
I just want to be a paladin that charges around and one shots everything. Charge.
Okay.
I mean, that's pretty easy to do. I'm running the Space Axe bar Paladin right now, and he's freaking ridiculous.
I'm bouncing around all over the place. Oh, 312. That's awesome. $344. That's even better. Woohoo!
Ooh.
Ooze spell the unholy.
The dead, you mean?
Who?
I saw that Blade Fury hit him. I mean, Astrion's has more than just the Redeemer, though. It's got the slowest target.
I didn't say Redeemer. I said Heaven's Light.
I mean, it's got the slowest target. It's got the crushing blow. It's got the AR percentage based on character. Actually, no, it's AR percentage. It's got the +4 skills. I mean, there's a lot there. I mean, Eth with a Zodrun. It's also pretty fast, too. It should be pretty easy to hit the 4-frame breakpoint. Get some Deadly Strike. What's this shirt? This is my shirt from the merch shop. Chinchillin with GG Mentor. It's got a Chinchilla and it's got Diablo on it. You can pick them up on the merch shop at ggmentor.com. Cody, you want some? Here, you ready? Get you some munchos. You ready? 3, 2, 1, go. It's his favorite game. That's the pickup game. That's where he picks up stuff. Oh, come here. Yeah, I'll tell you one thing Blade Fury is really good at is it's picking out a monster out of a pack and just annihilating that one monster.
Yep, I do that all the time.
And you can just pick a monster out of the pack and you're just like, goodbye. You all the weakest link, goodbye. It doesn't matter where they are in the pack either, because you'll just cut through the pack to get to them. Did you get them all, Cody? Did you get them? You got them all? Got the 52 snack pickup? You got the 52 snack pickup? He said, pick up. I'm gonna get all the snacks pick up. Hey, you want one of these? What do you think of that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nope. Nope, not doing that.
What's going on down here?
I don't know what's going on down there. I couldn't tell you. My ping just hit 765.
New record.
I said there ain't no way. I ain't no way I'm telling him past a pack of dolls. I might make it like a one tally into a pack of dolls and then stop for about 5 minutes.
Hit one doll and I die.
I can't do it. I don't know what's going on. I'll try restarting everything. Resetting the router, which will probably do.
You want to hear something crazy? Is
I'll be back.
I almost have max resistance with Aratha's set, my Rift, Chains of Honor, and Spirit. It's crazy. Aratha's set is so broken. It's insane. And it's all, oh man. Yeah, it's even higher than normal. It's crazy.
If you put a Ratha set with
Whoa.
Guardian Angel, you'll have like 95% all resistances.
Yeah, I just put my Chains of Honor from my Javazon on just to like see what it would be like, and it's crazy. That's cool. Aratha's, you can, okay, so I can have a shield, armor, and weapon. Is there a shield, armor, weapon set? That
You can
could
also
be paired with Aratha?
You can also socket Aratha's helmet, and you can put something nice in there.
Yeah, I haven't even done that. I haven't even upgraded any pieces either. Kind of want to just keep this set for any character.
Honestly, you should. Ratha's is literally one of the best low-level sets you can put on. Pairs
Yeah, I
really
don't-
nicely on melee characters, all
this
sorts
was
of stuff.
changed, right? Like, it wasn't always this good, right?
It was
changed.
always this good. It was. They did add some things to it, though. They
I
added
don't
the
remember all
they
of
added
this
the pierce.
piercing and,
Yeah, they added the
yeah.
pierce. That was what they added.
The run walk?
The run walk was always there. The all resistances was always there. The whole set
So
was
they
amazing.
just added the pierce, huh?
Just the pierce, yeah. Which adding the
crazy.
pierce made it even better. It's like pretty much best in slot for low-level Zons now.
Yeah, that's crazy. For the I wore it on my Zon and then I saved it and then threw it on this assassin, and now I just have Arathas on with my Rift, and I just put the Chains of
Wow!
Honor on.
Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!
And
That
now it's
hurt.
crazy.
Oh boy, and amped. No
yeah,
thanks.
Ratha's is one of the only low-level sets that's actually pretty much still viable, like end game. Like you can
this
you
is
can
nuts.
straight up beat the game with Arathas. You can what's the term?
Ow!
Like
You
can make it work to the point where literally you're wearing Arathas and then you have on the other pieces around it, because it doesn't consume your weapon or your shield slot, and it doesn't consume your body slot or your boot slot. It's literally like really easy to work around because your glove,
Yeah.
your belt, your amulet, and your helmet
The
isn't like
amulet's
too
the only
ridiculous.
thing that like I wish I could switch.
Ouchies!
But it also gives you
It would be
20%
great.
faster run
Yeah,
walk
2
and
rings.
20% IAS. I mean, it's a solid combo.
Yeah, and you get to have a choice of boots too. I don't have more traps with the damage boost, but anyway,
The only
I'm
thing it
just
doesn't
going
give
for
you is
balance
AR.
right now, but
That's the only thing it doesn't give you. It's attack rating.
yeah, this set's insane.
The full bonus for the set is kind of nuts in terms of like what it actually gives you when you actually look at it. Because it's like 65 all res, it's like 20 dexterity, which can go a long way to helping your block chance and other things. You get a pretty massive amount of defense on the helmet based on character level. You get the increase to your res caps, which is really nice.
Yeah, like
you
I
get
said, I'm in
IAS.
hell, and I have
get 20%
all
run
res,
walk.
85, and then 60 on fire.
There's a reason why I ranked it
crazy.
so high in my sets video.
No, it's just nuts that like that's a level 15 item.
And
Right now, all of
hardcore
these are
specifically,
15.
like hardcore, it's like that is like the quintessential hardcore set too, because it's so good for
Oh, I
giving you
bet.
life. And not only does it give you all those resistances and the cap, it also gives you what 75% poison length reduction and half freeze duration.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on here.
Yeah.
There's so the set bonus is run walk 20%, 24 piercing attack, 50 to defense, 15 to dexterity, and then 10 to all res maximum.
And
then
the belt
20 to
gives you
all
10
res.
dex too, so that's 25
Yeah,
dexterity.
the belt gives you 10 dex. The gloves give you 20 faster increased attack speed. The helmet gives you a defense bonus based on Yeah, so it's 120 at my level, which is 64. So that like will always add. Yeah, that's crazy. And then the amulet gives you 15 all res on top of the 20. So you got 35 all res from the whole set, plus the maximum bonus. Yeah, it's crazy.
Plus all the individual resistances on the pieces of equipment. It adds up to 65 all res. So in total, you're
Yeah.
looking at 65 all res, 25 dexterity, 20% faster run walk, 24% pierce, 75% poison life reduction, half freeze duration, a defense bonus on multiple pieces, as well as a scaling defense bonus. It's god tier.
Yeah, I'm about to screenshot my gear, and I have like no charms really. Like the only charms I have are, well, I guess I do have some 30. Yeah, all of these are 30 grand charms, but regardless, it's easy to get max res. That's crazy. I'll post it real quick. Give me a second.
I don't know. As good as the set is, and as good as what it gives you is, I think the real meat and potatoes of the set is actually revolves around the fact that it doesn't consume the important slots. Because if the Aratha set gave all of that, but it consumed, say, like the weapon or the shield slot or the body armor slot, it wouldn't be as useful.
Yeah, that's what makes that set great, is because you could actually use. There are a few different sets that you could make up. Like even your boots are like not part of the set. Like I'm using Vidala's just for the run walk.
Well, yeah, you can combine it with other sets.
Yeah,
That's like
kinda
a
cool.
video series I was thinking of doing. It's like talking about combining different sets together in different ways.
Yeah, there is a perfect set. I forgot what it was, but I think it was like Death and some other set made a perfect, like those two sets together were like pretty good. Because there's only so many sets that have a weapon, an armor, a shield, and boots, or a ring to compensate with Arathis.
Honestly, early on at level 15, if you throw
Yeah, level
Saigon's boots, Saigon's shield, and Saigon's armor together with the Aratha set, you end up with a pretty nice scaling. You get the magic find first off. You get the life leech, and then you get some other nice little bonuses. There's a lot of ways that you can like incorporate various sets into it. Osiris's boots and shield works really good early on for the AR. You can obviously use like a lot of uniques with the set too. Like you can do Twitch Throw for the IAS. You can do Stealth gives you Run Walk too. So if you stack Stealth, Arathas, and a nice pair of Run Walk boots, you can get basically 3 different Run Walk bonuses early on, and your character's just flying through the game.
Yeah, I was wearing a stealth before I put on the chains, and the chains was to get the defense or the resistance, basically.
You can also
Is what
do
I
2
was-
angelic rings from AR, but you can't do the amulet. So what you do instead is you run the armor, which is perfectly fine. I've done that before with Aratha. So you run angelic armor with the 2 rings, and then you get your AR with that way. Angelic armor is actually pretty good too if you run the sword.
If you up it, it's not bad.
Well, if you run the sword as well, you get magic find on the rings. So you just have to run
I've
3
done
pieces.
that on Fizz characters before, but like, yeah, that's crazy. They have definitely upgraded the sets. I would say they're a lot better than they used to be. Because Aratha's was always good, but the piercing is just insane.
Honestly, I used to socket Aratha's helmets and even use it outside the set, because if you if you just throw one gem in there, you can turn it into basically a tri-res helm. And it was just it was just a really cheap tri-res helm that you could put on at any time.
It's locked.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
A lot of people in the low-level dueling community use the Raftas as well. They don't use the full set, but they use the two-piece or the three-piece with the amulet because it has the 20% run walk speed bonus. It's just another way they can make their character run faster. Cody, I packed you a lunch, sir. I did. I packed you a lunch.
The helm is probably the best part of this set. I didn't realize how many parts of the set just gave resistance.
Yeah, so not only do you get resistances from the set bonuses, but each piece is giving you resistances as well. So the total is 65 to all. You're getting 65 to all from the set, and if you throw like an rune or something in the helmet, you can bring that up even further.
Yeah.
Or you can put a IAS jewel in the helmet if you're a melee character, so you can get 20% from the gloves and 15% from the helmet, so you get a nice 35% IAS there. I've basically just been letting my merc deal with the dolls.
Yeah. Basically, just don't touch them. They're less dangerous by hitting you. So come hit me.
Yeah, it actually is. You're actually far safer to just simply not attacking them than to attack them. Because as soon as you attack them, there's a chance they die, and if they die, they explode. Yes, Kubus. Do you want to snack 'ems?
Oh boy.
A snack 'ems? You want snack 'ems?
I need a key.
The doll bounced off my blade shield.
Yeah. The little dev chat is tomorrow, isn't it? I lose all track of time when I'm working night shift.
You don't know what day it is, what time it is.
No. So I should probably get to bed early so I can get up and... Nah, what is it going to be at? Like, it's probably going to be at 1 or 12.
1 our time.
Yeah, 1 our time, 1 p.m.
I would think around then. Let's see if they.
Ah! Better. I really don't like dolls.
Hello, everybody.
What's up?
11 a.m. PDT.
Yeah, so that's like 1 p.m. EST. Still crushing it? I mean, I still work at Kroger, yeah. I work part-time. Actually, it's pretty much just 2 days a week.
Oh, you're gonna activate whatever his name was.
Oh no, he's gonna show up.
Heaven or Heath or whatever his name was. He's it's like summoning.
Summon him. Well, I told you, he's my most dedicated fan. He's here all the time, so yeah, he probably will. We've activated him.
Oh, Ginger, you got an adoring fan now?
Oh yeah, he comes in here and tries to troll, but he's really bad at it.
Oh.
He's like he's so bad at trolling that I don't even bother banning him or like timing him out or anything. Like I just let him go ahead and do it because it's hilarious.
Well, did it say any attention is good attention?
I mean, somebody in chat pointed that out. They're like, "Man, you must be one of his most dedicated fans. You're always here."
Ah!
There's a lot of dollies.
Yeah. Don't like dolls.
So many dollies.
I watched their I remember there's a YouTuber one time that I followed a long time ago, and he had just so many people that just hated him, but they showed up to his live streams all the time, and he was like, yeah, you know, you can come on and hate me all you want, but you give me ratings. And so it just made fun of them because they were actually promoting the show by
Yeah, the other day when he showed up, I was making that joke too about Rush Limbaugh, because Rush Limbaugh actually did a study on like who was watching his channel, and for those of you who don't know who Rush Limbaugh is, he's a extremely right wing radio host, or he was a extremely right wing radio host. He died from cancer, but anyway, so he basically did this study, and the study showed that the majority of his viewers, like the large majority of his viewers, were Democrats, and they hated him. And he was literally being propped up by the people who hated him. Like they were literally, he literally would have failed. Basically, what he found out was his channel literally would have failed if he didn't have the support from all the people who hated him, which is just hilarious. A jewel.
Rare jewel.
And the survey says...
Crafting fodder.
Gloom box.
Ooh, Grand Chimney.
Oh, nice. An ice blink. It's not ethereal? Oh, it's not ethereal.
This is the best Cold Rupture Day one right there.
Look at that ice blink. To go along with the cold rupture, look.
It's a theme drop.
I need a key.
I need to make a good old ice blink whirlwind barbarian again. We need to see how we can make the good old ice blink whirlwind barb great again.
Yeah, I need to change this character to something new. I think. I don't think I have it in me to grind. Infinity. I got that Death's Web. It's calling my name.
Grind in Infinity? You don't have 2 burr runes just laying around?
Well, hold on. Let me just go to Lower Caress real quick. Or give me a second. I don't have the waypoint.
You don't have 2 burr runes just laying around? What?
Lower Caress. I'll get.
Oh, this is Leon that started late when we had a plethora of burr runes to give out. Oh.
What? Mm-hmm. What?
Actually, it was jaw runes.
You are my favorite fat gay streamer. Oh man. How many of those do you know though? That's the question. Like how high am I on this list? That's the real meat and potatoes of this. We need to I need like an information highway here. We need to find out. Like, am I number 1 on a list that only has 1 person on it? Because if that's the case, then I'm not very high. I need to know how high I am on this list so that I can be impressed. That's what I need to know.
Yeah, who's above?
Yeah, who's below me? Like which streamers are below me? That's the real question.
I've been getting frustrated at work too, bro. Don't worry.
Oh my god, I gotta talk about Extremis. I gotta talk about him. Like I don't. It's not mean spirited or anything, so I don't want you guys to take it this way. But I follow him on Twitter and I follow him on some other places, you know, because he's been doing Diablo videos long before I was, and so I kind of just nod to the people who were here before me, sort of thing. And occasionally he'll make these comments about like not being a Diablo partner and how Diablo like passed him over and didn't accept him as a Diablo partner or ask him to be part of the the community or whatever, right? And then he will straight up make a comment like 5 minutes later that is like I feel like I have to pull up a comment and show it to you, and then you'll understand what I'm talking about when I say that it just doesn't make any sense. Like, because he'll make these comments about wanting to be like a member of the Diablo partner community or whatever, and then 5 minutes later he'll make another comment where he's like, F Blizzard and F these effing effers, and these guys are cancer on the Diablo, the community of gaming, and like, and I'm looking at that comment and I'm like, you can't make this comment and then make this comment. I'm like, they're not like, do you really think Blizzard's gonna pull you in as a Diablo partner after you make that comment? And let me see if I can find one. Let's see here. Boop, boop. Oh, it already made? Okay. 18. So here we go. Here's one right here. So, Extimus, if you care at all about Diablo, do not buy this expansion. If you want to change the Diablo franchise, the best thing you can do not support the company that false advertises, disrespects Blizzard North, and forces buys Battle Pass if you misclick something. And, like, this is the kind of comment that he makes, and then at the same time we'll make another comment about not being a Diablo partner. And I'm sure I could find those too. But it just seems kind of weird that you would make one comment about, like, wanting to get into Blizzard's good graces and then make another comment 5 minutes later about Blizzard is trash. Like, I'm not even making this up. Like, I'm not making this up. But I don't understand the split between the two different personalities of, like, wanting to get into Blizzard's good graces and then on, like, the other hand, straight up just bashing Blizzard at the same time. And, like, what do they think is going to happen exactly? That Blizzard's going to be like, oh man, he hates us so good, let's make him a Blizzard partner.
It hurts so good.
He burned us so good.
He doesn't last very long, does he? Old Mephi.
Yeah, he got absolutely annihilated. You are my favorite fat gay streamer, and you're the only one. Oh man, I'm the only one on the list. Man, I thought I at least had like a one up on somebody. Kevin likes to insult me and then give me money at the same time. I'm not sure what to ever feel about it.
It's a kiss curse.
It's a kiss curse scenario. Yeah, it's a kiss curse scenario. There you go. It's kiss curse. Here, have $50. And you look like a prostitute. Like, wait a minute, what?
Hello.
Like, well, I did take his money. I guess that makes me a hoe. I'm not putting out, though. So, isn't there like a term for that? Like one of them is the ones that put out, and the other one is the one that doesn't put out? I still remember when I was in high school, somebody taught me the difference between that word, those words, and I forgot it now. But it was something along the lines of like it's like a slut will take your money but not put out, and a hoe will take your money and put out. And I was like, wait, what? So that's the difference. And Chunks is just gone.
He's chunky.
Chunky, where have you gone?
Oh, Chunky, where'd you go?
His internet died.
A salad? It's a salad bowl. The salad bowls of justice. He wants their good graces, and then when they don't respond, he bashes them. So if they do respond, is he going to be all curtsy and kind? I mean, it's cool to hate on people. I don't care. I want to hate on people, whatever. It just seems kind of weird to hate on somebody and then also, like, try to get in their good graces at the same time. I mean, as Kevin put it, he wants to get into their good graces, and then when they don't respond, then he gets upset that they're not responding.
How many gems? Lots. Now.
Ow. Don't kill me. I don't want to die.
I need a key.
Ow, ow, stuck in here. Let me out.
SOJ, watch. This is SOJ, guys. No,
You got a soul?
no, we got a Nagel ring. We tried.
The nasaliest of rings. I didn't realize you was in there yet.
Fessel's about to go down. His brothers have escaped us.
Brothers have escaped us. Why is he so happy about that anyway? Like, can you imagine if we did get here in time and we got to fight all three of them in like a mosh pit? That'd be great.
Yeah. Should be an alternate timeline.
Tyrael's here too. You get like a 3 versus 2. We're gonna 3v2 him. Tyrael uses some healing magic. I always wonder what it would have been like to have Tyrael actually on your side, like fighting with you as an angel. I mean, he's supposed to be one of the stronger ones. He's definitely stronger than Inarius.
Narius went down like a chump.
He did go down like a chump.
Just wanted Tyrael at that point.
Chomp, 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 chompy, chomp, chomp, chompy, chompy, chomp, 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 chompy, chomp. I don't know what to make of Inarius, to be honest with you. I feel like he's not an angel. I don't know exactly how he was conceived or something, but there's got to be something in him that's like not angelic. He's got to have like a non-angelic part to him.
I am overburdened.
Maybe
He's
he-
definitely
maybe-
disgraced, right?
Well, maybe he's the love child between a human and a human and an angel or something. They never really quite explained how Tyrael came and how Inarius came to be. Anyway, like they're like he's Tyrael's brother, and they're like, okay. That doesn't make any sense. Because Tyrael doesn't have any parents.
I can't.
Like he's not he doesn't got a mama and a dada. So
It's locked.
so what exactly? Huh? Huh? Honestly, the only person Inarius was working for was himself. Like, I feel like at the end of the day, he was, and I hate to say it this way because it's gonna probably piss off some people who like Inarius, but Inarius was a coward. That's what he was. He was a coward who sought a way out of the war. He felt like he could do better, that he could control the world and basically make a place where there was no war and there was no problems. And what he ended up finding out was that war was always going to follow him no matter what, and he needed to man up and basically play his part in the war. The war was eternal, and the demons weren't going to just sit on the sidelines and let him live his fancy little life on a planet that they didn't have any control over. And he was willing to commit genocide on the entire race of humanity because he thought that the humans would perpetuate the war. He's basically a coward. Not only that, but he's a vain coward. Lilith, on the other hand, actually wanted to fight the war. She too kind of wanted to get out of it, but at the same time, when she saw that the humans could potentially offer an actual resistance to the demons and the angels, and potentially offer a, a second option beside just simply good and evil, she wanted to capitalize on it. Maybe she did it the wrong way, but she wasn't a coward.
Yay!
No, the Diablo II Paladin is black. He's got a nice little afro in Diablo II Resurrected. Some people crack me up because they said that the Diablo II Resurrected Paladin looks like Sanford and Son. Boom, 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 boom.
And just so many people gonna have to look that one up, man.
You guys ever seen Sanford and Son? Come on now.
Oh, that was my show. But man, other people.
A lot of people aren't that old.
Let's see here. I'm trying to find a good picture. Here's Sanford and Son right here.
Okay, he looks exactly like that, dude.
That's
not right.
There you go. Here's Sanford and Son. All right, there you go.
Can I name
this was when Diablo 2 Resurrected first launched. They were like, why does the Diablo 2 Paladin look like freaking what's his name from Sanford and Son? Lamont. Yeah, it looks like Lamont from Sanford and Son. Honestly, I think he looks pretty good, but I like Lamont from Sanford and Son, so you know what? I'll take it. All these chests y'all ain't clicking on. We got a assassin in here, and there's lock chests. And assassin ain't clicking on the lock chest neither.
Foolish assassin.
There's a Hyperion spear. It's not ethereal.
No, Cathans again.
Unlucky.
All these dang lock chests all over the place. I gotta get my keys out. Now I've heard a lot of people make fun of that one too, like in the movies and stuff like that. Jesus is like pristine white, like he came from an English church. When it's much more likely that he would have been, of like a Middle Eastern descent of some type. Not really sure why Jesus is a what's the term? Like a really white person from Anglo-Saxon descent, or like Norway. Like he looks like he comes from Norway. Running out of gem space. I guess I need to start trying to re-roll a charm. Next time we get a grand charm, just toss it my way. We're running these TZs. Barb looks like he's gonna get whiplash. Yeah. What the hell? This guy's tough.
We'll get him down. Oh, poke him, poke him.
Yeah, poke him.
Got a small charm.
I'll take a small
13.
charm. I'll take a small charm.
Right here, interesting one too. Serpent small charm of venom.
Yeah, I'll re-roll out. Because he's ethereal and angelic. Why is Jesus ethereal? He doesn't got Zod runes on hand?
It can't be repaired until he dies.
But he totally came back, so he can't be ethereal. See, that doesn't make any sense. Unless you're saying that God can repair ethereal items. Because if that's the case, I need to get God on the line. Like, hey,
Well, the Zod was named after him.
I need, got a couple items I need repaired, if it's okay.
Ooh.
10 attack rating. Poopies. Poopies.
What do you got here?
$4% MF. Yucky. Jesus has a lot of sockets. What? What? The sockets. Where's the sockets? How many sockets does he got?
Hey, it's the Diggler.
The Dirk Diggler. The Diggler Dirk. Oh, Flare Jungle.
More dolls.
Oh, there's a blue tiara. You guys didn't check the blue tiara? Could be God tier. It's not. It's not. It's a tiara of the ages.
Ah.
Santa Claus.
Okay. Cubing time.
Cubey.
I've got so many gems like I picked up in Endurance I need to cube up.
Yeah, you get a lot of gems. They drop all over the place.
Right. I'll go ahead.
I wonder if I should keep re-rolling this 1 to 27 and see if I get a better lightning one than 1 to 27. I probably won't, but...
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, that's a perfect riding fish. Huh? It's going on my neck.
Ah! Where are we?
I can't carry anymore.
A rotting fisher?
It's an ugly
nice.
one.
I think every rotting fisher is an ugly one. I mean, let's be honest.
Nah.
Even the 70s. Like, half the time I'll have a 70 in my hand and nobody will take it.
I mean, I took that one. It's comboed. It's perfect combo. Right next to the Death's Web.
What's that Ormus that dropped? Something stupid?
Frost Nova?
There actually was a Frost Never build before they rebroke Cold Mastery. I think it still works, sort of. Sort of.
And another railroad. Yay.
The Spear of Longinus. I'm gonna strike you with an F, Jesus. What?
What's happening?
I'll still never forget that frickin' movie. It was a Spanish movie. It was called Jesus, not Jesus. Just absolutely just effed me up. Like, I don't even want to talk about it. If you ever watch that movie, you'll know what I'm talking about. Let me give you a snippet. Just a snippet of the movie. So in the movie, they were literally driving along in a truck, and they saw a wounded bunny rabbit on the side of the road, and they stopped. And one of the characters, I forgot to say this, one of the characters in the movie is he's mentally handicapped, so he's not quite all there. And so they stop and they take a pocket knife and they cut the bunny rabbit's stomach open, because inside the bunny rabbit's stomach, because she's dead, is babies, little baby bunnies. And they take the baby bunnies and they put them in the car, and I was so excited. They saved the baby bunnies and they were going to drive them over to the nearest, rehabilitation center so they could be raised properly. And the little mentally handicapped boy gets into the car and sits on the baby bunnies and kills them. And that's just the beginning of the horror that this movie had to offer. And I wish I could erase that movie from my mind. That's not bad. 14 life, 9% poison resistance.
Why did you craft all your amethyst to roll?
I'm just re-rolling stuff. I got so many gems all the time, I don't even know what to do with them half the time. Don't get mad at me. I just wanted to re-roll my doodads.
Making amulets.
I could be. I could be.
We summoned
I'm being lazy.
It's awful.
Okay.
How awful is it?
It's very awful. I never use amethyst to reroll GCs.
Yeah. It's pretty late in the season. I'm not really worried about it. We're a couple weeks away from the season being dead completely anyway, so.
Yeah. I mean, it won't be a new season for like a year probably, so. I don't know what the difference is.
Has anybody got Flayer Jungle so I can go murder some little pygmy demons?
I've been walking my way through the...
Oh, I'm in 26. I don't have any other waypoints except for Kuras Bazaar. I guess I can go backwards from Kuras Bazaar.
I can do it. I'm just going to go pop out, and I need to Yeah, I'm going to give this Ormus's robe to my sorceress because she's currently using Kui Hagen's, which is not as good.
It's decent.
I'll be back.
I may have player.
And then I'll give you all the waypoints.
I'm having fun murdering things anyway. I mean, it's just I'm in Kuras Bazaar, so it's just a matter of going down the little pathway. I'll get to it.
There's
Maybe I can pick up some of the other waypoints on the way.
Right. Alright, let's
It's a big boy. Oh, he drew me a ghost armor. Hey, look, we got I got the second waypoint now too. Got lower Kuras.
Mhm.
Time to get your bourbons.
Yeah. You know, I've been thinking about that, and I was thinking that if you had like if you just did the same pattern over and over again online, you'd eventually get a bourbon. Like it would be a way that you could pretty much just guarantee that you would eventually get one.
It's just conditions you have to recreate, right?
But you just gotta find the right seed code, basically. This isn't a new season? No, this isn't a new season. This is season 6. We're still having fun with season 6. Ooh, a co-rune out of a random body. Thank you. I love me some co-runes. Those are useful.
You moved up to a new game, Ginger?
Yeah, 26. We just got player jungle too. I think this is a better way to do this too, is to go from lower Kuras down into player jungle instead of going to the player jungle waypoint. Because then you start off with Big Butt over there.
Storm Tree.
Yeah, you start off with Storm Tree. Then you can move your way down.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, there's no monsters here. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, just after Bobby Billions set this guy up with set the assassin up with all this gear, I went out and the first thing that dropped was a High Lords.
Charlotte gave us like 4 High Lords the other day.
So we're now up to 96% deadly strike, is it? So, yeah, 96%. 84% crushing blow, 96% head and deadly strike.
It's always nice to have some DS.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of which, Impale doesn't work with DS, which I never knew. And then when I finally figured it out, I was like, well, this sucks. I think Fend is actually stronger than Impale, now that I figured that out, because I think you can get higher numbers with Fend.
I can see where you've been, all the dead bodies.
Yes. Oh, sorry. I was leaving the portal up because it was on lower Kuras waypoint, but there you go. There's a fresh one.
Yeah. We'll see where you are now, anyway.
Come here, Bright Call the Howler. Why am I hiding my HP glove? Oh, I'm not. Sorry. If you click on it, it turns off. Sometimes I click on it by accident.
Because he has 1 million HP.
I got 3,801. I got a big boy HP. I got the big boy. Hey, why don't you make... Oh, well, no. We can't really make this character in hardcore. Never mind. I was going to say, why don't you make this character in hardcore, Kevin? But unfortunately, the helmet is... well, number one, it's kind of hard to come by if you're playing solo self-found. And number two, it's level 79, so... You can't really make this character in like a single player environment. Wish you could. That'd be nice. Of course, you could also just cheat in a helmet that gives you the same stats, and then just like pretend that you have it from the beginning. It would be interesting to see how it levels up if you actually had it from the start. Champions!
Take all these little guys out.
Dude, but using your lightning strike here is amazing. It feels so good. It just goes like...
Palpatine.
It's freaking, yeah. So you scream out unlimited power at some point. Unlimited power! I always think that's so interesting, though, because if you think about the way that the force power works, the him screaming out unlimited power was a requirement, basically, for him to use that ability, because he has to believe in his mind that he actually is like putting out unlimited power. He has to believe it, and he has to, you know, like put the force through him by using his emotions, essentially. So he straight up believed he was like just unlimited power.
Until Samuel L. Jackson came along and showed him otherwise.
Well, now we know why his face looks like that.
I'll reflect your power.
You know what was a crazy thing to me, though, is that in the was it in the later, the newer Star Wars movies, you remember how they basically talk about how like he's a clone, like Emperor Palpatine has clones.
Yeah.
Why does his clone still have the effed up face?
Yeah.
I mean, this is an important question. These are questions we need to answer. Like,
Carbon copy.
wouldn't the clone have been based on his DNA and then therefore have been not effed up?
Hmm. But that requires logical thinking. And there wasn't a lot of that.
But then here's another question that goes along with it. Maybe he was smart enough to F up his own clone. Oh, 3 sockets, 6% enhanced face there. A decent little base for a crescent moon. But I mean, then that means he would have had to have force blasted his clone when his clone came out to get the same effect. Now you guys can just imagine Emperor Palpatine force blasting his own clones so that they look like him. It's like, all right, he's like on an assembly line, and there's an assembly line of clones coming toward him, and they come toward him, and he goes, unlimited power! And then the next one in line, unlimited power!
Jack up your face day.
Copy and paste. Copy and paste clone techniques. And I'm right on the border of Player Jungle and Great Marsh. There's glomes here and I don't like it. I'm leaving.
I love these little guys.
My favorite, it was coming here on like FOH Pallies or my North Star Spider.
Oh yeah.
There's so many and they're all demons, and you just press one button and they all fall down.
Yep.
It's so glorious.
They are so much fun.
Oh wow, that's a lot of little guys.
I like that boss pack just before the Gid bin, because that's where I got my burr in.
Plus 2
Sentimental value.
skills. What about the give it in? Let's go down in the Flayer dungeon. How about that? So we can die to some dolls.
Oh,
You
yeah.
love dolls? You love dolls.
You thought you were finished with the dolls, but you're not finished.
Yay! Level up.
I mean, there's not always lost down here, but,
Level 90. Yay.
but it's certainly not a low percent chance.
Oh, my buddies are down here.
What's up, Storm White? I love the way that the lightning strike will just keep bouncing back and forth between two
It
people.
looks amazing.
Oh, it's a Karash shield. What's that?
I feel like
One socket.
a lot of games failed to capture some of the effects that D2 captured way back then. Like the lightning in D2 is amazing to me. I love the portal in D2 compared to any other portal in any other game.
Yeah, the portal in Diablo 2 is amazing. That's why a lot of the portal cosmetics in Diablo 4 are catching on, because people like the portal cosmetics that turn it back. Like, they should honestly just give up, and they should just make a portal cosmetic that is literally just like the classic Diablo 1 portal and the classic Diablo 2 portal. Just straight up give us the classic portals in the game. I don't care how much they stand out or they look weird, or if they just kind of like don't fit within the graphic style of Diablo 4. Like, I don't care. Just throw them in there anyway, exactly as they were in the original games. I honestly, I think the Diablo 1 portal looks the coolest.
Okay.
There's just something about it graphically. It just looks really neat.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I feel about a lot of the skills in D2.
Well, and I think the other cool thing about the skills in D2 is that you'll notice that a lot of the other monsters are using your abilities. So, you know, like when you come across the little infernos that come out of these, like, the shamans, or when when you come across gloams are using the same lightning that the sorceress has, and so forth and so on. They reused a lot of the abilities, like the graphical abilities that they created to the monsters as well, which was really neat. Like when you kill Radamant and the Fist of the Heavens starts coming down, or when you kill Bloodraven and the like the little circular lightnings come out of her too, like the Phoenix Strike lightnings. I mean, they were nothing if not like very efficient in utilizing the effects that they had created in unique ways. Which I don't think is a bad thing, to be honest, because once you have a good effect, I mean, sure, use it everywhere. Why not? Why not? Ooh, it's not the maze one. That means we can get through here really easy. I know where the chest is. It's always in the same place on this map variation. It's always straight down, and then it should be right here. I'll just take you to it, since I know where it is. I guess a good way to say it is the corner. It's always in the corner. Like the bottom corner of the map. There's not a lot of monsters on level 3 though, so most of these areas are empty.
There's lots of annoying traps.
Yeah, you know. Death traps.
I found the pack.
I don't know. I've never understood why, if you have a winning formula, you would change the winning formula in the first place. I mean, if you think about it from that perspective, like, there's things within the Diablo universe which have definitely been wins. And you would think that you would take those wins and transfer them to the next game. You know, like the Herodric Cube, which is obviously a win. And most people really enjoy the Herodric Cube, so why is the Herodric Cube not in Diablo 4? You know, and like simple things, like simple wins that they should definitely have pulled forward. I mean, the sound effects. Let's talk about the sound effects for a second. The sound effects of Diablo 2 are iconic and classic, and honestly, they literally make the game. And even if you're not going to pull anything else from the Diablo universe, like, why wouldn't you pull forward the sound effects from Diablo 2 into Diablo 4, for instance? Like, the gems. Like, the gem sound effects in Diablo 4 are stupid sounding, and the gem sound effects in Diablo freaking 2 are amazing. Especially the skull. Like, they could have just pulled them forward. They're just sound
You want me to
effects. Like,
make
is it that big of a deal? Oh, I already popped it up. I don't know what they're thinking sometimes. Maybe they don't have rights to it. You think maybe that's the case? That they don't have rights to it?
Sometimes it is something weird like that, but it's hard to believe a game this old has some kind of rights issue as well. Because usually rights back then were, I think the contracts were a lot more relaxed, and they weren't trying to like nickel and dime every little thing out of the companies. Wasn't there were like some video games where like they had to remove the music from the game after a certain amount of years or something? Heard of weird cases like that.
Well, have you seen what they've been doing on like Netflix and other streaming, companies? They've been taking TV shows and they've been removing the copyrighted music that they can't attain a license for. So, like, I think the most recent controversial topic was Supernatural. Apparently, Supernatural has like a lot of iconic music in like the first season alone, and apparently they released Supernatural on one of the streaming platforms, but they had removed all of the music and replaced it with other music, which I don't know how much of a like time like sync that is to remove music from a show and then replace it with something else. I don't know like how much of the original recording stuff that they have so they can do it easily, but it definitely doesn't sound easy. But then they choose other musical compositions to go in the place of the music that they removed, and then it like ruins the show or whatever. They've been doing it a lot. Like sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the song they chose is stupid. Sometimes the song they chose is better than the original. It's actually something that you only catch if you're really like a die-hard fan of the series.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, speaking of the sounds in Diablo 3 were pretty terrible too. About the most iconic sound I remember from Diablo 3 is Nephilim. Every single time, man. And that stupid sound effect from opening the greater rifts. That sound effect, I remember that one too. I mean, I can't like make the sound effect, but it's playing in my head right now, so trust in that.
You're scarred from it.
Yeah, I'm scarred for life. I should probably take this Umru and roll this Phase Blade, see if it's better than mine. It rolled with 3 attack rating and 6% enhanced damage. I mean, as long as the ED rolls better than 191, or at least the same, the AR on it will be useful. So let's roll this real quick. What is that? Shale here. Shale. Take. Ooh, 199. Nice. Good roll. I can give this back to Green Gas now. I stole his, he lent me his beautiful Phase Blade for me.
Green Gas.
The Green Gas. Where am am I getting venom from? Oh, treachery. That's right. I forgot.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Itchy beard. Yeah, I saw that April Fool's thing. I did not fall for that, by the way. It looked really cool, though, I'm not gonna lie. It did look really cool.
Wow. A whole champion pack out here. Yay. And now they're all dead.
Oh, wow. Somebody. Oh, rude.
Hey, will you send me a TP and DO me? That stain. And I will enchant you
I do like good enchant.
if I can find you.
I'm a wolf.
I'm looking for you.
Who's got the Charcy ready for that? Look at that
I'm wolf,
thing.
I'm wolf, I'm wolf, 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 I'm wolf, 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 wolf.
You were faded. I couldn't see you.
I'm wolf.
I know, but you were faded.
I'm a
I couldn't
faded
see
wolf.
ya.
Wrong color.
Having a little bit more elemental damage certainly doesn't hurt. Ooh, a champion axe. Aw, it's not ethereal. I guess Great Marsh? No? No? Oh, yeah. Got a turn off.
Whoa, we're looping around NASCAR style.
Oh my god, I was talking to somebody the other day, and I said something about NASA even has a hand in it, and they said NASCAR has a hand in it, and I was like, no, NASA, National Aeronautic Space Agency. They're like, oh, I thought you said NASCAR has a hand in it. I'm like, they're like, what does NASCAR have to do with it? I'm like, nothing. I said NASA. Oh my god.
Scar gave me a handy one.
Now somebody at work was talking about. They said they wanted to be a marine biologist, and I'm like, well, have you ever seen the TV show Sequest DSV? Like it's straight up marine biologist territory. I mean, it's a fun little TV show to watch. They got like a dolphin that swims around the ship, and they like there's literally messages from NASA at the end of the TV show. So like every single time the episode's over, they usually somebody from NASA comes on, and they're like, they have something to say about, you know, the deep oceans, or like some sort of marine biology life or whatever. It's kind of a cool TV show, to be honest with you. I wish they'd had more seasons. Unfortunately, there's really not a lot of seasons to the show. I think it's like 2 or 3. Alright, good night, BH. A superior cryptic sword. 3 sockets, non-ethereal. A mask of rage. Oh look, we're back in the flare jungle. Oh no, we left the flare jungle again.
It dead end.
It's the very short dead end bit. I know that. Had the same map earlier.
Run, 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 runny, run, run, runny, runny, dead end, runny, run, runny, run, run, runny, runny. I'm a fast wolf. Can't catch me. I'm a fast wolf. Gonna walk real fast. I'm a fast wolf. I'm a wolf, wolf, wolf. I'm a wolf, wolf. Cody said, what? What about wolves? I'm here. He said something about wolves, and I'm a wolf. He said, I am a wolf. You's not a wolf. I's a wolf. You know, I strongly believe some dogs just don't have the temperament to be, like, outside wolvy wolves. Oh, there's a white diadem. Anybody want an imbue?
I think I've used all mine.
I don't know if Cody would make it out in the wild. I don't know if he'd make it. They ain't got no
crap.
pizza. They ain't got no pizza crusts out in the wild. There's no pizza crust growing on trees.
Man, why didn't that roll F? Because that would really have some bite to it if it did.
Boom bite. Oh wow.
308 amp proc.
It's not bad, you know. It's not bad at all. As a secondary amp weapon, that's actually a really good amp
Put
weapon.
that on an Axe 5 Merc.
Can't go on the dual wield one though.
It can go on the two-handed one.
Cody, your head is heavy, okay? It weighs about 7,000 tons, and I don't really much appreciate it at all.
I don't think he cares.
This is very heavy. Your head is very heavy. It's very heavy. It weighs like 1 trillion ton. 1 million ton. You're crushing my bones. You're bone crushing. You got a bone crusher. He said, nuh-uh. He said, you didn't make no noise. You didn't say it hurt.
Stab me.
Yeah, get in there and stab some stuff. How about this, Cody? Your butt stinks. How about that? Stanky butt. The decapitator. 5 socket and on F. Can't you just you just can't wait to get to the Diablo 4 like Dust Devil spam, right?
Yeah, dude. Can't wait.
What if you just have like a full group? Oh, there you go.
Nice.
What if you just have a full group of 8 barbarian or 4 barbarians, all with Dust Devils, so that nobody can see anything? All maxed out on size. Sounds like fun.
Well, I think tomorrow they're going to show us a very different version of the Devils. It's unplayable.
Cody, did you just say? It's a yeah, so. Ah, dollies. They got dollies. Watch out for the dollies. They got dolly.
That's a good troll's nest. That troll's nest is good for black shield, whatever. 70 res shield.
What, 3 seconds?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ancient's Pledge. You can throw Ancient's Pledge in there.
Oh,
scary.
dollies.
That's scary over there.
We don't like dollies.
Oh, the stank wore off.
No.
Oh, Sanctuary is the one I made that time. Coco Mao. The shield was
Yeah.
nasty.
Oh yeah.
I had a perfect 70 version.
I think putting that.
So the throne's up if y'all get done.
Okay, we're just rolling through.
Yeah, I see you're on level 2.
And there's level 3. Is this? Is it we got a jail cell one?
Alright, we're gonna stab some things.
Stab some things. You stab everything. All the things. Stab.
Nice.
Stab all the things. Oh, it's in the center. That means we gotta go all the way around.
Who invented these walls?
All the way around to the two drinks. Cody comes with crushing blow. I wish Cody was a little calmer of a dog. Sometimes he gets so crazy. He's just spinning in circles. Like I don't even know. He pops wheelies. He spins in circles. Like he starts like zooming around the building and just knocking everything over. He's definitely demonstrated that he's mayhem on wheels. That's what he is. You know what I should do? I should get a frickin'. I should call up that commercial, the company that does the mayhem commercials, and just like tell them that I want Cody to be in one of the commercials. Cody won't. They won't even have to do more than one take. All they gotta do is just like have him enter like a china shop or something, and he'll just break everything.
I can't carry anymore.
It'll take him all of like 3 seconds too. He literally will spin in circles and break everything.
So never mind about the bell thing.
About what? The bale's dead?
About the bell. Well, he's about to be. All the minions are.
Well, we just finished too.
Hey guys, time for me to go. Have a good one.
All right, you have a good one too. Oh man, Cody. Why are you sniffing my armpit? Weirdo. Does it smell good? Does it smell like armpit?
You dropped me a jewel.
I don't even know what to think of dogs sometimes. He just sticks his nose deep in the armpit and he's just like, oh yeah.
You want me to make 28 or?
Yeah, go ahead. Since you're higher level. Cody, do you believe in magic? T-Bone. Glad you could bake it, Uther. These people may look al dente now, but it's only a matter of item before they turns into the undeadables. What? What? I appreciate the $6.99 there, sir. Them Canadian doll hairs. I like Canadian doll hairs. They spend just as well as the American doll hairs. They're pretty good.
Do you have one perfect skull?
Yeah, I probably do. Or I probably got some skulls. Some flawlesses at least.
I got a bunch of diadems to reroll.
Oh no, I only got 2 flawless skulls. I'll drop them in Act 3 though if you want them.
Yeah, I think it's all it needs to. At least then I have some room.
What is undeadable? It sounds, it's kind of a cool word, but I'm pretty sure you made it up. What do you mean by undeadable? Undeadable. That's what you are. Undeadable. nothing like being undeadable. Cody, what's the madams? What's the madams? Short siege bow. What is that? Hellcraft? Oh no, that's Witchwild string. It's a 166% Witchwild. Cody, I can't control my mouse. I don't remember what the percentage rolls on Witchwild. Let me take a look. I've always wanted to make like a whole character around a Witchwild string.
You want a diadem?
For a white one?
No, one that's already been re-rolled about 5 times.
Nah, I'm pretty much done with it. I think I got one sitting around somewhere anyway that I'm re-rolling. Ooh, this is a spicy pack. What the hell's going on here?
That time it rolled 8 max, 54 AR, 7 mana leech, 14 all res, 16 strength, nothing else. So I'm all set.
Ew, walk right into Great Marsh. Yuck. Icky, 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 oi, oi. Well, I got some levels today. I'm level 87 now. It's a hell of a lot better than it was when I started. My Merc's finally using his Hone Sudan Ghost Spear, so he's kicking some booty cheeks. I mean, between the Fortitude, the Bulwark, and the Hone Sudan Ghost Spear he has on, it's upgraded. He's hitting like a Mack truck. Triple shield, of course. You got fireball sword?
Yep.
Thought you
Well,
were an
fireball, meteor.
I thought you were enchant.
No, I just had enchant because I have Hydra. I got a 18k fireball. Without all my charms on.
You haven't heard or seen anything from Dabrowski for a year? He's been streaming. We had this conversation about Dabrowski a couple days ago. He no longer does Diablo content, and he hasn't really posted anything on his YouTube channel in a long time. But if you go take a look at his Twitch channel, he's been streaming quite a lot on Twitch. He just doesn't stream Diablo. So if you want to catch up with Dabrowski, I mean, if you like Dabrowski and not just simply Diablo, he does still play a large number of games on Twitch. Let me pull up his channel real quick. I think he's just tired of Diablo. I think that's really all there is to it. Because if you go to his Twitch channel, you pull him up real quick. This is his Twitch channel, and you can look at his recent broadcasts. As you can see, he's got Crash Bandicoot 2, Twisted Metal 2. He's doing Metal Gear Solid 3. He was doing a lot of the Resident Evil, like he's got Resident Evil 4. He was doing like the Resident Evil Village, so forth and so on. He's been playing a lot of games. A lot of them are really cool. And if you want to hang out with Dabrowski, I'm sure that he's got plenty of stuff on here that you can watch.
I get pings from his Discord still.
These are his.
Not as many as he used to.
Let's see. I mean, he has a lot of stuff on here, and he streams all the time. I see him online. Whenever I see him online, I always hop on and say hi, but he was last live like 8 days ago. So, I mean, if you want to catch up with Dabrowski, your best bet is just to check out his Twitch channel. I just don't think he's doing anything with Diablo anymore. Like, it seems like he's pretty much he's moved on from Diablo. I mean, it's kind of sad. I don't really know why. Especially considering he... what's the term? He pretty much had it made in the shade for a while. I'm not sure if you guys were aware, but he was literally to the point where his videos were getting posted on the Diablo main YouTube channel. Like, and he was on the launcher and a bunch of other stuff. So I'm gonna have to assume that something went down. I don't know, more than just simply him getting burned out. Because, I mean, I don't know how many people would throw away an opportunity like that. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how else to put it other than that. But I mean, he seems to be having fun with doing what he's doing, so. And it's the same thing I would ask of you guys with me. Like, if you see me streaming a game that maybe is not your particular favorite, you know, but you enjoy hanging out with me, then, you know, come hang out with me. Like, if you enjoy Dubrunski, you know, I mean, you don't. No, he doesn't have to be playing Diablo. Just hop over there and have some fun with whatever he's playing. And a lot of those games are really fun. Resident Evil 4 is pretty cool. Resident Evil Village is really neat. I played both of those on my stream, and they're really good.
I can't remember. Did you do the DLC thing before?
For what? Oh yeah,
Resident Evil
yeah. I
4.
did the DLC for where you
Oh,
where
okay.
you play as what's her
I thought
name?
you did. Yeah.
Yeah, I did
Ada
that.
Wong.
It was a neat ending that kind of gave you a different perspective. I had originally thought that Ada gave what's his face the sample, but turns out she didn't give him the sample. But he didn't need the sample anyway, so. I thought that Ada was a backstabbing, traitorous wench. That's what I
No,
thought.
she just kind of, you know, does for whatever benefits her and stuff.
Your fireball's pretty spicy.
18K.
Mm-hmm. Spicy. That's a spicy meatball.
She's even meatier.
Uber Diablo spawned. Where did Uber Diablo spawn?
Non-ladder.
Oh. Some non-ladder Uber Diablos. You guys need some help with your Uber Ds? I can bring the North Star Smiter to bear on his big giant head.
I could come under melee dueler. Just eat him.
Yeah, my North Star Spider, he don't care about no Uber Diablo. I'm pretty sure he kills him in like nearly the fastest time, almost world record style. He's hard to beat.
I'd race him.
If I set him up a little bit differently, if I was going specifically for that purpose, instead of putting a Zod rune in the Astrions, I would have put a Burr rune in there to get the extra crushing blow, so I could hit a higher percentage without needing extra equipment. That would definitely speed things up a little bit there.
I'd just zeal him. He like instant dies. Forget to get the brain.
I'm killing stuffs.
Gotta get the brain.
The brain, boss. The brain.
I can't pick up the brain. It's too slippery.
Can I get a little baggie or something for my brain? Like I don't want to have to carry that around in my pack. I don't know. I mean, I'm being honest here. Like, can I get like some wax paper or something? Or like, I don't want to hold on to the brain. All right. You got a little baguette, a little vomit bag. A little vomit bag.
Oh, I hate these wraparound maps.
Bop, bop. Speaking of which, I should probably set up my stream for tomorrow for the Dujink. Let me get that
What's
set up.
campfire?
Yeah, I'm gonna set up the
Assuming.
campfire today. That way I can get it kind of like up and running early.
What time's that start?
Should be like 1 p.m., but I'll hop on earlier than that.
Whoa, conviction, nope. You die, Brim Spark Fist.
Let's go back to the previous campfire chat. We're gonna reuse that one. Okay, let's go. I like to grab the campfire chat picture that they wrap up. It's easier that way. That way I don't have to make my own. Oh, 11 a.m. PT would be 2 p.m. EST. Change image. Man, is it really going to take till our first major expansion before we get one that's like a Diablo 4 that's actually a good game? I feel like a lot of the time that's what it boils down to. Is like the first major expansion is when things really change.
Yeah. I mean, Diablo 2 is good, but when LOD hit, it was like...
Diablo 2 was okay until the first major
I enjoyed
expansion.
it.
It was okay. I mean, there were some problems. They fixed a lot of stuff between then and there. I mean,
there's always problems with them.
I can't really say that the original version of the game was ridiculously amazing. I will say that by the time the expansion came out, before the expansion really took root, Classic was in a very good position. Like, I'll say Classic was in a good position, like, before LOD launched. But if we're comparing, like, 1.0 Classic to, say, 1.08 Classic, like, there's a pretty big difference between the two. Alright, so that is now set up. Customize that thumbnail a little bit so it's got my little moniker on it. Confirm the time on this thing real quick before I commit it to putting it on the screenshot. Or the thumbnail. Yeah, so it's 11 a.m. PST, and 11 a.m. PST to EST is 2 p.m. Yeah. Eastern Standard. Okay.
Poopy ring.
Have you been following this stuff with Asmongold and how he like basically has an
I don't watch that guy at all.
Well, I mean I don't really watch him too much either, but there's this whole thing going on with him where people are kind of getting on his case because he has a lot of money and he hasn't really taken any of that money and elevated himself out of like the living conditions that he's in. I mean, like imagine today. Like let's just pretend for a second that Asmongold's not in this scenario. Okay, so it's just you. All right. So Chunks. Tomorrow, Chunks wins the lottery. Okay, and you win $700 billion. All right. Are you still going to be living in the same house that you're living in right now? Are you still going to be driving? Are you still going to be driving the same car that you're driving right now? Are you going to be wearing the same clothes that you're going to be wearing right now? Are you going to elevate yourself in any way, shape, or form to some higher standard of living, basically?
Oh yeah,
like
absolutely.
That's what they're getting on Asmongold about, is that basically he's rich, and he has taken like no effort to elevate himself to a different standard of living than the one he's currently in. And it is kind of strange. You would think that if you've got like that much money, get yourself a fancy car and get yourself like a fancy gaming chair and get yourself like the best gaming rig and I don't know, like and probably get some fancy shirts and just like some shoes and I mean you do something, right? Like you would do some, maybe get yourself like a different house or like a bigger house or something.
A different house and just like get a whole new plot of land. And as far as the clothing go, I've never really been too flashy.
I mean, but there's always something, right? Like maybe you move to like a, I don't know, like a freaking ranch in the country and get yourself like a fleet of dogs and a nice big fence to keep them all in so they don't all run away. But they've got like acres and acres to explore. And you just have like a family of dogs in the backyard, and there's like 100 different things that you could do with money, like depending on what you want to do. Maybe you're a boat enthusiast and you want a boat, or maybe you want to make yourself your own chainmail or get a freaking suit of armor or something. Like I feel like there's always a path that you can take that would lead you to something better. A family, wife, kids. I mean, those cost a lot of money too.
I've already got a child. She's grown. I have no intention of having another. I see what you're saying.
I don't know. It's like there's a whole thing that's been going around. I know if I had that kind of money, I would definitely. I think moving would be my first choice. I would get the hell out of here. This is not a.
I would move.
Where I'm at right now is not a good place.
By no means.
I don't think being in the city is the good thing, but being near the city, like close enough near the city where you have good internet and you have access to some of the amenities that cities offer, but far enough away that you're not like tied up in the hubbub of the city.
Far enough away that you still have privacy.
Yeah, you find a good middle ground between out in the boonies and directly in the city.
That's about as close as I'll get to them. I've lived right in Woodford, and I've
I don't think you should ever spend someone else's money. Yeah. I don't know. I was watching something the other day, and there was the whole thing they were talking about with Asmongold, and then they brought up apparently there's some sort of image of his room. Apparently it was
I've
a
seen
picture.
stuff just from like the autoplay.
Apparently it was a picture of he took. Here it is right here. This is the picture, and like.
Looks like he lives in a crap hole.
I mean, it's just I don't know. Like, look at all those freaking cups.
Get all that money, hire a maid.
I know. Like that was my first statement too. I was like with all the money he has, he could just hire a maid. Just have the maid come over and clean up for him. Like if he doesn't want to do it, I mean that's one thing. Like maybe he feels like his time is more important and he has, which I can understand because he makes so much money, right? So his time is more important spent streaming and doing his job, right? And when you get into
rich people got maids.
Well, when you get into a situation like that where your time is more important than cleaning, well then at that point you're making so much money that you just pay somebody to come clean, and you're actually making more money by paying the person to come clean than you would otherwise doing it yourself. So like say for instance you made $1,000 an hour online, right? And so stopping to clean for even an hour means you're losing $1,000, right? But if you pay a maid $20 an hour, you're still making a surplus of $980 an hour. So in that situation, like even if you're deciding like this is worth more of my time than to clean, which I understand, at that point you just pay somebody to come clean because you're still making more money and you're keeping your room clean by paying somebody to come do it. Like,
see, and he seems like a weird enough guy that he'd probably get like some stripper or something to come be his maid.
double duty. See, double duty.
I mean, just saying.
But that's totally a thing. A lot of people don't realize this, is that when you make really, really large amounts of money, stopping to do manual labor, like mowing your lawn or cleaning your house or like simple things that we take for granted, it's actually cheaper for them to hire somebody to do it because of how much money they make. And you know, taking time out of their day to do this menial task, it's not that they don't want to do it. It's that they realize logically that if they're making $100 an hour, it's cheaper for them to hire somebody to do it at $20 an hour and just keep working to get the rest of the $80 an hour in profit. Because there's no reason, the stopping just doesn't make any sense in that regard if you're making massive amounts of money. I mean, but at the same time, I mean, you know, you want things that are going to support your lifestyle as well, right? Like a fully stocked fridge, you know, you got like maybe like a really nice chair with a super cool cushion to keep your butt from going numb while you're playing video games. You know, like maybe somebody to come clean up your system so your mouse and keyboard aren't covered in grease on a regular basis.
And there's some people just won't spend any money, no matter how much they make. Like I worked for a guy that was like that.
What, won't pay anybody what?
No, I said he just like would not spend any money, no matter how much money he made. I worked for a guy here.
Sounds like he was rich.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But I mean, what's the point of being rich if you don't spend any money?
He was probably the tightest guy.
Pinching pennies, right? Pinching pennies?
Yeah. Yeah, like if, like say a piece of equipment broke down his restaurant, he would go out and buy a new one. He would go find like a used one or an old crappy beat up one and be like, let's see if I can get this to work. Because he wasn't going to spend a dime.
I mean, you find your fun where you find your fun.
He'd get some other kind of piece of junk and try to get, you know, a couple more days out of it instead.
I know me.
And the only time you would spend any money is whenever he would like go to the boat and go gambling.
You know how people say that there would be signs that I'm rich? Like I wouldn't tell you that I'm rich, but there would be signs. You know what would happen with me? You know how you would know? I'm telling you guys right now. You guys, this will be your sign. All right. If I ever show up to the stream in like full plate mail armor, like if I've got like full plate mail on, helmet, gloves, like the whole 9 yards, and it looks like it's really high quality stuff, not like plastic or something, and I'm sitting here streaming in like full plate mail with like the visor, like that's me. That's me. Like if I had the money, I would totally get myself like a full plate mail armor suit.
Boy, you'd burn up.
Oh, you kidding me? Nah, I would have like 6 air conditioners running. Like I'm rich. Who freaking cares? It'd be like 2 degrees in here. What he doesn't want someone going through their house and clothes. I mean, you can tell your maid what you want the maid to do. It's not like the maid just has like a set schedule of things that she does and that's it. I mean, you can tell her that you don't want her messing with your clothes. You can tell her what rooms that you don't want her to clean and what rooms you do want her to clean. You can tell her, what's off limits and what's not off limits, or him, because it could be a guy too. But like you can like you're paying the person; it's their job. You can literally tell them what you want them to do and what you don't want them to do. And if you want stuff off limits,
that drawer.
If you want things off limits, you can have locks on stuff and don't give them the keys to it. I mean, it's not that difficult. Get like a safe and put stuff in the safe. I mean, you could like put a lock on the bedroom and say, you're not allowed in the bedroom or whatever. Like you only clean out here. I mean, there's ways you can go about it where you can have the maid do their job and not have things at risk. I mean, my grandma had a. I don't know if I'd call her a maid. Like I don't really know exactly what to call her actually. She was 90 years old, and so of course she needed help sometimes to get stuff done, and she had a I think it was actually through the insurance company or something. It was a
like a home health
hospice. Thing. That's what they call it. I think it's hospice.
Yeah.
She's like a hospice care worker that would come and help with things. Help her take a bath and help her do certain stuff. And I mean, there were things that were off limits that they weren't allowed to do, and she fired several of them for being absolutely crazy. There was this one that she had hired. Let me see if I can explain this. She was sitting. My grandma was sitting there at the table, getting her like evening meal or whatever, and this lady pulled out a loaf of bread, an entire loaf of bread, a whole jar of peanut butter, and a whole jar of jelly. She then proceeded to make the entire loaf of bread into peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and then sat there and ate every single peanut butter and jelly sandwich out of the entire loaf of bread. And my grandma, who's a very health-conscious person, was really not quite pleased with seeing a person eat an entire loaf of bread in one sitting in the form of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. And she decided to let the lady go because she was like, if this is the kind of stuff that she does and thinks is normal, what other kind of weird things does she think is normal? I can't even imagine eating that many peanut butter and jelly sandwiches without my mouth turning into glue. It would be so dry, and you need some milk to go along with that. Definitely would need some milk. Can't eat that many peanut butter and jelly sandwiches without a little bit of milk. Isn't that right, Cody?
I don't like milk.
What?
I don't like milk with my peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Well, I mean, if you're just eating one or two, it's fine. But like, if you're gonna eat an entire plate, if you're gonna eat an entire loaf full, how many pieces of bread is in a loaf, and how many sandwiches does that make? Because I'm kind of curious.
You asking crazy questions.
I mean, that's a crazy person.
No, I don't know how many pieces of bread.
How many slices of bread
them.
in a loaf? Okay, so there are 20 to 24 slices in a loaf. So assuming she had a 24 slice loaf that's divided by 2, that means she made 12 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and ate them all in one sitting. Could you eat 12 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in one sitting?
No, I don't know who could.
You have to eat 2 entire loaves if you're going to be a respectable person. And as you would imagine, she was a very big lady.
She'd have to be.
She was
peanut butters.
She was a very big lady.
Either that or she had to stop and go take a big old. Yeah, you
Take a
know what I'm
deuce.
talking about.
Take a poop.
Take a deuce.
Take a big old duke of poo-poo.
Be like, whoa, man. Gotta release that demon.
I wonder what Kevin won the lottery. Kevin, what did you get yourself? I'm kind of curious. What did you splurge on? Did you get yourself a car? Did you get yourself a house? Did you get yourself a? Oh wait, I already know what he got. Never mind.
I need a key.
I don't even need to ask because he told me. He said he got sports bars. He wanted to set up some esports bars. That's what he set up. He bought like 2 or 3 esports bars. Which is pretty cool.
Not that way.
I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just running around killing stuff. Probably gonna hop off here because I do wanna get on early for the stream tomorrow.
Here's the snakes.
We might have to do some theory crafting on some of these builds. There's definitely going to be a lot of fun stuff going on for the new season. You put any thought into what you're going to make, Chunks?
I have no idea. I haven't really given looked too much.
Well, supposedly there's supposed to be patch notes tomorrow, so we'll be going over those when they come out. I forgot to include that in the stream. Oh, I'm out here killing itchies. I'll be there in a second.
Killing snakes.
There's so many elites out here. Quit it. Die already.
There was a whole lot of snakes in here. They seem to not like fireballs.
That, sir, would blow up a toilet.
Can you imagine? I mean, you said it was what, like 23?
12 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. There's 24
well,
slices
12.
of bread in a thing. So you got divide that by 2. So you end up with 20. You end up with 12 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
How
And
did
she used an
push that
entire.
out?
She used an
How
entire.
did she push it out?
An entire jar of peanut butter and an entire jar of jelly. Like she used the entire thing on all the sandwiches. So these weren't even just like thinly covered sandwiches. These were like thick boy sandwiches.
How did she get it out of her?
I don't know.
That had to be painful.
You know, it probably would be. It probably would be painful. Those are going to make some rock hard turds. I need my full plate mail armor.
I don't have to worry about that because I don't play.
You know, if you had some chainmail on, Chunks, you probably would have been okay when that person stabbed you.
Well, yeah, I'm sure I would have.
You ever think about that? Some chainmail? You've been alright if you had some chainmail on.
That was a long time ago.
But you would have had some chainmail on and you've been fine.
Well, I'm fine now. I got a scar.
She went to Taco Bell for the cleanse.
Yeah.
Cleanse.
Like where your head's at.
Well, you know, when you need a good cleanse.
You gotta do.
I mean, When you gotta
Right,
go
it's-
poo.
It's been 4 weeks.
When you
to
gotta
Taco
go
Bell.
doo doo. Oh my god, my dad. So my dad has gout, and I've talked about this before. Okay, but we're not talking about gout. We're going to talk about the medicine, all right? So there's a medicine that is given to people who have gout. There's two of them. One of them is alpurinol, which is just supposed to prevent.
Yep.
It's supposed to prevent gout, right? But there's another medicine that you take that literally is supposed to help get rid of a gout attack, and it's called Colcrese. I'm sure that I'm pronouncing it wrong or whatever, but Colcrese, man, when you take Colcrese, it makes you gotta go to the bathroom. It makes you gotta go poo real fast. And it was funny because my dad was apparently at the doctor's office, and he was talking to this little old lady, and she goes, oh, I'm here to get my prescription updated. What are you here to get? And she's like, oh, I'm here. And my dad goes, oh, I'm here to get my my gout medication upgraded. I need my alpurinol, my Colcrese. And she says, Colcrese, that's the one my doctor gives me so I poop myself. And and he's like, he's dying laughing. But apparently they actually do prescribe that medicine, not just for gout. They also prescribe it to make you poop yourself. Apparently it's made out of some sort of poisonous plant. I don't know exactly what the deal is with Colcrese, but it's like a poisonous plant that apparently you take in like very small doses. Let's see here. It has two different names. It's colchicine, and it's also coltricin or something like that. I think that's how you pronounce it. I don't know. I can't remember what it's made out of. I remember looking it up one time, and I found out it was like made out of some sort of poison. It's like a really low dose of a poison that apparently causes your body to basically violently eject. Violently eject things out the rear end. That's basically the gist of it. That's the best way to explain it. I don't know how else to explain it. Violently eject. A volcanus coming out of your anus. She's going to need some of that after the 12 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. What's up, Joe?
You don't need more than that.
You walked into a very interesting conversation. A very interesting conversation.
Territory.
Indeed.
I know you had mineral oil as a kid.
I don't know if I ever really did that. I don't know.
Yeah, oh, I mean, you probably didn't do it because you wanted to. I remember I got it given to me whenever I was a young kid a couple times.
My dad's got the funniest stories too. Like, he tells this one story about apparently when he was younger and he was only just getting his gout. My mom was like all about trying to find a remedy for gout for him, and she was constantly looking in books and all sorts of stuff. And apparently one day she comes across this remedy through my grandmother, and it basically says that like if you take like a spoonful, I think it was garlic. I think it was like a spoonful of garlic or like a spoonful of cinnamon or something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was an entire spoonful of something that was probably not something that you should eat, and like all in one sitting anyway. Anyway, she goes out there to my dad, and he's in the yard mowing the lawn, and she just takes the spoon out there, and it's like, here, eat this, and he's like, what is it? And she's like, just eat it, and it's like, it's gonna help you with your gout. And like after a while of fighting, he finally just eats it, and immediately like projectile vomits all over the yard. Crack me up. Just, you can imagine your wife just shoving some random stuff in your mouth, and you just gotta accept it. And my dad tells the story so much better than me, though. Because he experienced it, and you can tell he experienced it by how he tells the story.
31% magic find blue amulet.
Somewhere along the way, my dad also lost the ability to look up, and he kind of just like never told anybody. He just can't look up anymore. Like when he tries to look up, it just doesn't work. So instead of being able to do this, his head's just kind of stuck at like a, you know, like a looking forward kind of a situation. And I don't really know when this happened, but over the years, he just lost the ability to look upwards. So one day we're getting in a dump truck that my Uncle Buzz lent us, and we're gonna take it over to the house so we can like throw away a bunch of stuff from the garage and like you know spring cleaning sort of thing, right? We're gonna dump everything. Well, he tries to get up into the truck, and I guess his hand slips on the rail, and he falls backwards, and he lands on his back. And I rush over there to help him because I'm like, oh my god, he just fell. This is a pretty tall truck too. You had to climb up into the truck to get into it. And so I run over there to help him, and I'm trying to help him up, and he's just looking up at the sky. And I'm like, here, let me help you up. He's like, no. He goes, let me just lay here for a minute. He goes, this is the first time I've seen the sky in a long time. He goes, it's really pretty. I'm like, what are you talking about, Dad? He's like, well, I can't look up anymore. I'm like, wait a minute, what? And he's just sitting there staring at the sky, just laying in the grass. Freaking crack me up. I'm like, you haven't seen the sky in a while? What? Oh, man.
Yep.
And my dad had this, he had this thing he used to do when we were younger. I don't know if you guys ever had your parents do this, where they like lay on the like the couch or the bed or something like that, and then you put the kid on the top of your feet, and you like make them feel like they're flying, basically, or you bounce up and down, so you know, kind of makes them entertained or whatever, right? He used to do this all the time, and one time he was doing it with one of the kids, and they pooed, and it started rolling down his leg.
I am overburdened.
Oh my Lanta! Oh my god, my dad says that all the time. That is literally one of my dad's lines. He literally says, "Oh my Lanta!"
I haven't heard that in a while.
Where does that even come from? Reminds me of my brother did a gender reveal party for his baby, and when they blew up the balloon, my father was like, "So what is it?" And everyone was, "Are you serious? We forgot my dad was colorblind." Oh man. So what is it? Well, I mean, some people don't want to know what the baby is before the baby's born or whatever. I guess it's just another way of having a surprise, because like once you know what the baby's gender is, you can, you know, let everybody guess and bet on what it is, and I don't know.
Mad bow.
Does it have a winter? Does it have a wiener?
What's the 3-piece set bonus for Mab, bow, helm, and armor?
I don't know. I don't think the 3-piece bonus on map is really all that amazing.
I didn't know if it do anything like I act one.
Probably something simple like plus defense or something stupid like that. A lot of the times with those sets, they don't really give you good bonuses unless you're wearing the whole thing. I'd have to pull it up and take a look. I think the IK set is one of the IK and the towels are the only ones that actually give you good bonuses for like the partial.
Partial.
Yeah.
I don't know, Saigon's pretty good.
Well, I'm talking about those end game sets.
I mean, 30 eyes on boots and gloves is...
Yeah, it's only
for
20 strength for 2 items and 30 dexterity for 3 items. So it's like it's garbage. I mean, it's like okay-ish, I guess, if you want to get like the 20 strength or the 30 dex, but
yeah, wouldn't really help an Act 1 mark that much.
no, not really.
I didn't know if it would get like any of the cold damage. A long time to tell you. I know it's good on Iceberg.
Boogus. You gotta go Peppadoodus. Boogus the monster dog's gotta go Peppadoodus.
Did he tell you that?
He did. He looked right me in the eye and he transmitted it psychically.
Psychically?
Mm-hmm, psychically.
I didn't know he could ride a bike.
No, not cycle. Psychic. Kubus. Do you
He don't want to punch in the snoot.
got an alligator? Where's your alligator? Where's your alligator? Where's your gator alum? He said, what gator's alum? I got some gators. There's some gators. Give me this some gators. Give me this gator. Give me this gator. No, give me the gator. This is my gator. Give me this. This is my gator. Him's gonna sit with me right here on my shoulders. No. Him's gonna sit with me. Him's gonna be a good gator. He said, you burst off.
He called you a name.
Are you ready? Are you ready for attack? Ready? Attack! Oh no! Oh no! Alligator attack! Oh no! Oh no! Alligator attack! Oh no! It's gonna attack you! Oh no! Alligator's attacking! Oh no! Him's attacking you! Him's attacking! Attack.
Man, I just misclicked.
Give me that gator.
I went to cast Fireball, and I cast Teleport right into a pack of cows. Well, the Cow King. That was. And I almost got dead.
Do you remember that movie a long time ago? It was a movie where they were going to steal like a whole bunch of money. And in the movie, every single person that was part of the heist was sharing with each other what they were going to do with their part of the money. I can't remember the name of the movie right off the top of my head, but like one guy was like, I'm going to make a stereo system that's so strong that you can like blow clothes off of women with it. Like, and like during the, you know, like the movie, like it actually does happen. Like the guy turns on the stereo and like her blouse pops open or something. And another guy talks about how he's going to get like the fastest sports car, and like another guy is like talks about how he's going to get like the fastest computer with the best modem and blah blah blah, right? And like everybody's got their own dream, right? And this other guy, one of the people of the heist, he has no dreams of his own. Like they asked him what he was going to do with his money, and he couldn't answer because he didn't know what he was going to do with his money. And he basically ends up stealing the money from the rest of the people. And when they actually go to his house to try and steal the money back, which of course they're not just going to let him have it, right? So they go to steal the money back so they can split it between the rest of them like they planned. And sure enough, if he doesn't have the fast sports car, the really fast computer with the good modem, the stereo system that blows clothes off of women, and literally he basically just stole every single dream from the other people on the team and just got their dreams.
I don't remember that.
Ocean's 11, was that the movie? Somebody in the Charles in the chat said that it was Ocean's 11. It might have been Ocean's 11. It just kind of cracked me up. Like the guy didn't have any dreams of his own, but he stole the money and then spent it on everybody else's dream. The Italian Job. We got a bunch of different names coming up here.
I can't carry
Man, I know. I would make the most boss computer. My computer would be just blazing. Like I would probably spend at least easy. Like if I had the money, if I was rich and had infinite money, I would spend like anywhere between like $10,000 to $20,000 on just a PC. I'd get like the best freaking like equipment that you could ever possibly have. Probably going somewhere into the server realm. I'd probably end up with like a server chip. Maybe even like some sort of like quad CPU system with like multiple chips, and I mean it would be insane. I would be on some kind of rig that most people only dream that they could obtain.
Would you give it like one of them Threadripper processors?
No, I'd go even further past that. I'd go into like the Xeon processors, or like the some of the higher end like server chips that are capable of like some crazy computation limits. I'd try and figure out which one was the best for gaming, of course, but it would probably be some type of server board. Like I could
Probably be something much smaller for gaming.
No, it would for gaming. I would literally get like the best board they have. Let me pull up the Tyan website here. Let's see. Hold on. Let's go to the Tyan website and let's take a look at some of these boards that they've got available on the Tyan website. So it would have to have a PCI Express 16X slot. That's the most important thing. So if it doesn't have a PCI Express 16X slot, then it's no good to me. But if we pulled up some of these boards, like let's pull up this one right here just as an example. So this is the Thunder HX FT48B dual Xeon mainstream 4U. 4 PCI Express 16X sockets. Supports 4 GPU cards. It has 2 CPU support, so it's not as crazy as I was thinking of, but it's crazy. It's there. It's getting there. Let's see what other crazy like server boards they've got going on here. Let's take a look at some of these. Get out of my face. I don't care about you. Probably go by sockets. Why are you in my face? Get out of my face. Try to look at these boards. I want to see if I can find a picture of the board itself. Yeah, something like this. Look at this. Look at this big meaty boy. You see this thing? Look at this. 2 CPU sockets. Get some really high-end Xeon chips. Look at this. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 memory sockets, right? You get something like this. Get like the top of the line chip that's best for gaming. You don't want the one that's best for computing. You want the one that's best for gaming. And then you fill it up with like the fastest memory that they have available. Get yourself maybe even 2 of the best video cards that they have available. Like you'd probably need a different layout than this because I feel like this PCI Express slot might interfere. But you could always get a riser, so that wouldn't be like too big of a deal. You could get a riser so you could put the PCI Express card slots in a different place. water cool the whole system, just like turn it into like the most ridiculous powerhouse that you could ever get in your freaking life. I mean, the system would be so powerful that it would yawn at most games. Like, you would boot the game up and the game would just be like, the computer would just be like, hey, you got anything a little more workload than that? It could run like 6 or 7 copies of Diablo II Resurrected on the same computer easily. Like, with full graphics. There's tons of different ones. Tie-In was the company I used to go with back in the day for server boards or workstation boards. Now, the problem with going with server boards specifically is that server boards are usually less gaming like centric and more workstation centric. Like they're meant for workloads and they're not meant for outputting gaming stuff. So it would take some research. I would need to go through the process of researching and seeing which motherboard, like server type board, would be the best for that kind of scenario. But we would easily be talking about thousands and thousands of dollars. You know, like for the board, the chips, the memory card, like the graphics card, like the whole 9 yards. It would be the most absorbent use of money for a PC ever for minimal gains. Just absolutely minimal gains.
Oh, bud, I gotta go to bed.
All right, Chunks, you have a good one.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
A lot of these, like, look at this one right here. This one, oh man, this one is amazing looking too. This is an older one though. I don't even know if this is a newer board. But look, the board itself costs $976. But look at this thing. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4 CPU sockets. It has, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 RAM sockets for each CPU. So you've got 8 times 4 for your memory chips. The amount of memory that you could load onto this system is insane. Obviously, you would have plenty of cores and plenty of multi-threading and everything that you would need for just about any game you're playing. I mean, one individual chip on this would probably be more powerful than most of the chips that we run for gaming these days. I don't even think you would need 4 CPUs, mind you, but it's fun to think about this kind of stuff and to try and figure out exactly the right configurations to have, you know, like an optimal gaming rig with like a server setup. It's like I said, if you go too far into the server realm, you end up with systems that don't have any PCI Express slots, or that can't fit basically, or they don't have a 16x PCI Express slot, and there's some other issues that you might run into. But basically, you'll run into problems where the system actually is worse for gaming than like just a regular gaming PC. So you kind of have to be careful to not go too deep into the server side of things. Oh yeah, and then in a year it would be obsolete. There would be a new, better server with like ridiculous. You're not even wrong. You're not even wrong. I don't even know what the fastest server chip is right now. What is the fastest server chip right now? Let's see if we can find an article. The AMD EPYC 9754 is a family of CPUs. It's the fastest in the planet right now. 128-core Bergamo model, which operates across 256 threads, has a base clock speed of 2.4 gigahertz and a turbo speed of 3.7 gigahertz. The Bergamo model? AMD EPYC 9754 Bergamo. Let's see how much they cost right now. It looks like the cheaper Bergamo chips are $4,288. And the more expensive Bergamo chips seem to be in the $8,000 range, closer to $9,000. Ooh, wow, okay. That's a $16,608 Bergamo chip. See what I mean by expensive? Nobody builds these systems because, well, you know, it's just stupid. They just cost way too much money, and only rich people can afford this kind of stuff anyway. Like, you would have to be rich to be able to put together something like this. Here's a dual AMD EPYC 9754, 256 cores, $22,599. And this is a rack mount server. Look at all those memory chips in there. Holy Jesus. Look at this. Look at this bad boy. Look at it. Hold on. Let's yeah, there we go. Look at that freaking setup there. Two freaking, like, what is that? $10,000 CPUs, and what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 chips per CPU. So 6, 12, that's 24 memory chips and 2 CPUs inside of this case. Now, the only thing I'm seeing here is that this particular motherboard is not set up for any kind of graphical output. So there doesn't seem to be any PCI Express slots on the board. So this is what I mean by if you go too far into the server realm. Because notice there's no PCI Express slots on this board, which means you can't put a GPU in it. And if you can't put a GPU in it, then you can't play games on it. So it's pretty much just for the computational power of it and not the actual, like, gaming prowess. So you got to be careful not to go, like, too ridiculously far into the server realm. You'd be looking at something more like a workstation. So if we typed in workstation, so AMD EPYC 9754 workstation. So here's a AMD EPYC 9004 workstation, 2 cores, super workstation. Let's see what they got in this bad boy. Do they get any pictures on it? For $30,000, I don't get any pictures. Like, you're not going to show me what's inside. Memory 768 gigabytes. Okay. It only has 1 terabyte of NVMe storage. Come on, I need more than that. Where's my, for $30,000? You can't give me a bigger drive than a 1 terabyte? Come on. You would prefer a medieval torture chamber? Oh, man. What's this right here? Customize your Pro Magix HD 360A dual EPYC workstation. $9,169, and that's, like, without any customization. A 12 gigabyte PNY graphics card. No, we don't want a workstation graphics card. We want something way better than a workstation graphics card. See, all they have in here is workstation video cards. They do have a 24 gigabyte RTX 4090, which, honestly, if you were going to go with a system like this, you'd probably grab, like, one of those new 50 series cards that they're coming out with. But as soon as I added that, it brought a price up to $10,000. Solid state, I mean, if you're gonna go with, like, you probably go with like a 4 terabyte NVMe, maybe like a couple 4 terabyte NVMe's, to be honest. What do they got here? Standard thermal paste. Boy, you better not put no standard thermal paste on my $11,000 PC. $128 gigabytes of RAM. Now we want 768 gigabytes of RAM. Come on. There you go. There you go. 768 gigabytes of RAM. Because who doesn't need 768 gigabytes of RAM? And then you want some platter drives for maximum storage too. Where's my platter drives? We ain't got no optical drive in there? Yeah, Blu-ray drive. So I can play some Blu-ray movies on my ridiculous machine. I don't even know if this is the right chip. It might not even be the right chip for a like a system. To be honest with you, this could be, like, not the best chip for gaming, but I mean, for all you know, It could be. Like, I don't really know. I'd have to like do some research and figure out like best server chip for gaming or something like that. And you would have to like figure out which server chip actually works the best for gaming. It would take you some research. Like it wouldn't be something that you would figure out right away. Dee. Best CPU for gaming. What the hell? What, a monitor just turned off? I think my monitor just turned off. Oh, there we go. It came back on. Rude. I don't know. I love to think about these things. I would do hours of research and stuff to figure out which one was the best one, and it would take me way too much time. And eventually, when I put it all together, it would be like the most ridiculous beast of a machine that ever existed. And I'd look over benchmarks and stuff like that and see if you could find anyone who's actually taken a look at them and seen which ones are the best ones. Some CPU server CPUs, some server chips are really not meant for gaming though, and you would have to go through the process of figuring out the right ones. It would be a trial and error process. Elon will put me on Mars. I don't want to go to Mars. I want to play with my ridiculous rig. Blizzard will ask me to host their servers. I don't think I have the internet connection for that. Nah, it wouldn't be the first time that I set up a server as a gaming rig. I set up one of my original PCs was a server, or a workstation rather. I'm pretty sure I have a picture of my original motherboard. Let me see here. It's called a. Let's see, Titan. Let's see if I can find an image of it. I'm pretty sure it was this one, I think. This is a terrible picture. It's not really. It's got some pixels. That's what it looked like. It was a dual 2-Latin processor board. You took two Pentium 3-S's, which were server chips, and it had the most memory I ever had in a system back in the day. But we're talking Pentium 3 systems, so. But I played a lot of Diablo on this system, so you know. I played a lot of Diablo on that system. See if I can get my level before I hop off. I really need to find the Claw Viper Temple. Is the PC for the doggo? I'm gonna put the doggo. I'm gonna get a treadmill for the doggo and give him a virtual reality helmet so he can run around. Like a little crackhead chasing squirrels or something. I'm not sure if virtual reality would really work on a dog, to be honest. I think they're too scent-based rather than sight-based. They would probably end up sniffing the air and thinking it's fake. I mean, it'd be cool to have a server, too. I think that's another neat thing. Just, like, have a nice server set up so you could host games and stuff. If you had a fast enough internet connection, you could certainly host whatever you wanted. Have your own Minecraft server. Have your own, I don't know, tons of different things. Counter-Strike server. And have your own Diablo server. You gotta be careful about running servers for games, though, because you can get big trouble for running servers for games that don't want you to. Wasn't there like a whole debacle a while back where people were running, like they had like taken the WoW code or something and they'd set up their own WoW servers? I know there was one for Lineage. I think Lineage 2, they had taken the code and there was people running Lineage 2 servers. Like just had like whole communities set up with Lineage 2. I think Final Fantasy 11 also, now that I think about it. I think there was bootleg servers for Final Fantasy 11 as well. You got biscuits? I like biscuits. Phoenix Strike Assassin with max claw mastery. I just 1-point it. I mean, I don't know why you would really. Is there much of a reason for it? You're mainly elemental damage.
It's locked.
I don't know. I don't really think so. I mean, if you want the extra attack rating and the physical damage, but like you're not really a physical damage character so much as you are like a multi-elemental character. So maxing claw mastery isn't really going to give you as much of a benefit as it seems. I mean, it's something, I guess, compared to relatively to nothing, but I feel like 1 point works pretty well with it. Or if you want to put in a couple points into it, but I don't know if I would dedicate 20 points to it. No, weapon block isn't affected by claw mastery. Claw mastery and weapon block are separate from each other. So if you max out claw block, you can get your block from that. Do keep in mind though that the block from claw block doesn't work unless you're standing still, which is the whole thing. I know it sounds kind of silly, but that's how the ability works. So you have to be standing still for it to work. Walking and running cancel it out basically. I mean, yeah, you can get more attack rating that way. I just ran an enchantment. It was actually surprisingly effective. The enchantment gives you the enchant, gives you a little bit extra fire damage. When you teleport in, the enchantment comes with you, and it works really well to 3-socket, 15% enhanced scourge. Wow, it works really good to get you extra damage as well, so extra AR and extra damage. I rather preferred the Act 3 enchantment with the mosaic set. It was just more AoE damage on top of the AoE damage that I already had. I didn't need single target because my character was already really good at single target damage, and I didn't need, I didn't really need hardly anything except for attack rating, really. Let me show you my guy real quick. Why not? Let me finish clearing this, and I'll show you my mosaic sin and what I do. Give you an idea. Mosaic sin's actually surprisingly easy to build, to be honest. Gear-wise, it doesn't really take a whole lot. Honestly, as long as you get things set up properly, you'll be 99% effective anyway. Looks like I just missed an area up here. Almost level 88. Hey, linked mail. Spirit Forge. Alright, let me hop over and I'll show you my mosaic sin real quick. It's been a little while since I played her, and she might be missing some of her equipment, but I don't think it really matters, to be honest. So I'm running a enchant merc, specifically because I like having the enchant, and I'm missing my cold sunder. I'm pretty sure I stole that from somebody. And we're not steal, but it's kind of integral to the build. Where's my cold sunder hiding at? Okay, let's check frostbite. She's probably got it. She probably has it. Yeah, we're showing off frostbite the other day. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So I run a cold sunder on my my mosaic sin, and the reason why I run a cold sunder is because it makes the build basically unkillable in most circumstances. Not all circumstances, but most. I think the cold sunder is honestly required to get the most out of this particular build. So basically, what you do with this particular build is you're just kind of like building to survive, not really to dish out damage, because the optimal damage calculations, it's already been figured out. You don't really need more damage, you need more survivability. So basically what we do is I always start out with Cobra Strike, because Cobra Strike obviously helps out a ton. Gets you the life steal, which is what you want. And once you have your 3 charges of Cobra Strike, you're going to do Blades of Ice next. And once you have your Blades of Ice, you're going to grab your 1 and then your 2 on Phoenix Strike, and that's going to give you your optimal setup. And basically what this does is it allows you to teleport in and freeze the monsters, whether they are immune to cold or not, because the Cold Sunder breaks the cold immunity, causes all the monsters to basically get stuck. Another thing you're going to notice is that my little merc is teleporting with me, and he casts Fireball, and Fireball has a 3.3 yard radius. So when I teleport into a group of monsters, if the monsters don't immediately die, my mercenary starts casting Fireball, and he starts dishing out a pretty massive amount of damage also. Of course, you will come into some case with some monsters that are obviously immune to specific elements, like fire, but she has enough physical damage if you set her up for physical damage that you're generally okay. So what you're doing in that case is you're using your Dragon Tail, which is going to get you the majority of your damage. So you teleport around with your Dragon Flight, obviously, so you dynamic entry into the group and freeze them. And then when you get into the group, you're obviously utilizing all your abilities. I think I forgot, didn't I forget Tiger Strike? I forgot Tiger Strike in the mix. Where's my Tiger Strike? Tiger Strike is... I don't even see it. Do I not have it on the list here? Got Dragon Talon. I don't have it on the list here. It should be on the list. I usually add in Tiger Strike into the mix too. That's how the build works. So 1, 2, 3, and that's the physical damage. And the reason why I do that is because if you run into a monster pack that's immune to cold, immune to lightning, or immune to fire or whatever, you basically have all elements at that point. So I essentially have all the elements covered with this particular setup. I've got fire, lightning, ice, and physical, and I can pretty much just murder anything with relative ease. When I set this character up, I took into account things like survivability, and one of the easiest things to increase your survivability is using Cold Rupture and Blades of Ice together, which is going to drastically increase your survivability when jumping into packs. This also makes, honestly, Dragonflight way better than Enigma, because once you have your Blades of Ice and your Cold Thunder set up, you essentially will never fear for your life when you teleport into a pack of monsters. Even if they can potentially survive everything you throw at them, they will be frozen, which is the most important thing, because now they're not going to do anything back to you. So you teleport into a group of monsters, immediately freeze the pack, and just start annihilate them. He usually does a pretty significant amount of damage, even though you don't see it, because he's casting the fireball immediately when we enter the pack too, so you get the nice 3077 fireball that he shoots off like 2 or 3 times before the pack disintegrates. Yeah, you want to see my point setup? Nothing in traps, so I'm not even using Death Sentry. It honestly slowed me down, and I didn't really see much use of it. I tried to use Death Sentry in the beginning, and I honestly just felt like it was, as I just said, slowing me down. Like it was slowing the entire build down to cast Death Sentries. Shadow Disciplines, I got 1 point Claw, 7 point Weapon Block, 1 point Versus Speed. I'm running 1 point Fade, and I have no points in Venom because it's a point. I have the points on the Claw. Mind Blast, I have no points. That's also from the Claw. I'm running 18 points into Dragon Talon, 1 point. I don't even have a point in Dragon Flight either because that's on the Claw. I've got 20 points in Phoenix Strike, 20 points in Blades of Ice, and 20 points in Claws of Thunder, with 16 points in Tiger Strike and 1 point in Cobra Strike. I haven't even casted my buffs or anything now. So I could cast Fade or I could cast Bursts of Speed. Either way, it doesn't really matter. I also set up this character in a way that I felt was better than some of the ways that I've seen some of the other people setting this up. So one way that I've seen people do this is they set up the character to be one specific element, like lightning or ice or whatever, right? I don't really understand the point of that because you don't need negative res for this particular build. Like, I'm using no negative resistance equipment. And the reason why I set it up this way is so that I would have basically enough crushing blow. I've got 50% CB and 35% open wounds this way. And essentially what I'm doing is I'm using all elements. So my lightning is coming from the Phoenix Strike, so I get the charge 2 chain lightning from Phoenix Strike. I'm utilizing the ice from the Blades of Ice skill, and then I also, of course, have the physical damage coming from the Tiger Strike, in combination with the fire damage coming from the Mercenary. So I don't have to worry about negative resistance, and I don't have to worry about monsters being immune to me in any way, shape, or form, because I'm literally just utilizing every single element to my advantage, which basically makes it so I don't really care. Like, I just don't really care what's going on. My Cobra Strike in. I did, however, eventually switch from using only Cobra Strike, and this is something that I think we gotta discuss. So Cobra Strike doesn't always work. It's buggy. I had issues with Cobra Strike, where basically Cobra Strike was sometimes failing to activate entirely. And for a long time, I was relying on Cobra Strike to keep myself alive, and I eventually decided that Cobra Strike was not enough by itself to keep me alive, so I ended up using Drax. And there's a reason for this, and it's basically that I can rely on Drax to proc the life tap proc, but I can't always rely on Cobra Strike to apply its life steal and mana steal, And there were in many situations where I was relying on Cobra Strike to do its job, where it was not doing its job. I ended up dying a couple times because Cobra Strike just wasn't leeching life, and it wasn't leeching mana, and I didn't really have much of a choice but to die. Uber Diablo, it happened to be on Uber Diablo a couple times. So I basically came to the conclusion that Cobra Strike is not reliable enough to rely on for anything, really. Like, it works, yes. Having it is nice, yes. And I definitely enjoy having to never use a mana potion or health potion for the most part. But when it fails, it's catastrophic. And a lot of the times, that catastrophic failure leads to your death. So I basically just decided that utilizing the life tap gloves was better. Grabbing the cold rupture and then utilizing the blades of ice gave me a lot better survivability in general. And so I died a lot less. In fact, most of the time, this character never died while she was actually going. She only ever died while she was building charges, which was stupid. Alright, guys and gals, I'm going to hop off because I'm going to get on early tomorrow for this... I'm going to get on early for this, this developer campfire chat tomorrow, so I hope you'll join me for the campfire chat. I do already have the live stream up if you guys want to like hop over and put a little reminder on it or something. Here, I'll link it in chat for you guys. Supposedly we're supposed to be going over their learnings from the PTR, so it's going to be like a whole thing where they're going to like talk about all the feedback that they got, and what they're basically doing to fix the feedback. This is something that they're going to have patch notes for. So there's also going to be patch notes tomorrow, and I think I need to actually edit that in before I forget. Let me edit in that there's also going to be patch notes afterwards. Save that. All right, guys and gals, I will see you tomorrow. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching.